Unique skill, technology enhancement. Alignment, neutral, good. Baseline, strength, 4. Durability, 3. Healing, 5. Stamina, 4. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 7. Wisdom, 5. Skill, not available. Post enhancement. Strength, 6. Durability, 5. Healing, 7. Stamina, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 6. Skill, 2. It's like a character sheet for a game, Ty said. Tempest was grinning broadly. Yes, my father might have been a mad scientist, but he wasn't completely out of touch with the rest of the world. He played role-playing games whenever he needed a break from his work, and couldn't think of a better way to display information like this. Ty was fascinated. He read through the list, but had no real reference point. What's the scale? He asked. It's mostly a 1 to 10 type thing, but it depends. If you have a strength of 10, for example, you'd be about the strongest possible for someone who isn't wearing a device. Like a weightlifter or a heavyweight wrestler. 5 is about average. If you showed a number above 10, then you're into the super category. Mine shows as 14, but that's misleading as well. My unique skill adds a few bonus points. Zach is... Tempest paused for a moment, catching herself. Was the same. He could use his telekinesis as a shield, which bumped up his durability significantly. Although not, as it turned out, by enough. It made complete sense to Ty. His roommate was heavily into games, and in fact, made his living by playing them. Ty had learned more than enough for this to be familiar to him. It also left him disappointed. I'm not very super, am I? He said. His stats, even after enhancement, weren't much to write home about. Yet Tempest still favored him with a teasing smile. As it turns out, you are. You have a unique skill. Very few people have one of those. Ty frowned. Technological enhancement? Sounds like what I do. Fixing things, getting them to work. He didn't even want to think about what it could mean that there was a lowly 2 next to it. Was he really that bad at what he did? It's something, Tempest said, and we don't really know what it means yet. It took a little while for me to figure out how to convert energies in a way that proved useful. I had to learn how to fly. She gave a peculiar expression, as if deciding how much she should say. Dinah skills are also not what you might associate with crime fighting. He didn't even want to think about what it could mean that there was a lowly 2 next to it. Was he really that bad at what he did? It's something, Tempest said, and we don't really know what it means yet. It took a little while for me to figure out how to convert energies in a way that proved useful. I had to learn how to fly. She gave a peculiar expression, as if deciding how much she should say. Dinah skills are also not what you might associate with crime fighting, but they're useful nevertheless. And remember, a 2 means little if you're the only one in the world who has the skill at all. Zach started out with a 2 in telekinesis. Ty thought she was just trying to be kind. Regardless, he certainly wasn't in the same league as Tempest herself, or the mountain man who had murdered Zach. In any event, the important one as far as I'm concerned is your alignment, Tempest added. Neutral good. Yes, although I'd already figured out as much for myself. It means that we don't have to keep you locked in this room for the rest of your life. Ty couldn't help himself. He laughed out loud. Then he stopped, taking in Tempest's expression. She was still smiling, but there was something behind that smile that sobered him completely. Wait, you're serious? Well, yes. At least until we could figure out another option. We've already got one superpowered villain running about with a device on his arm. We don't want another. Ty stared at her, lost between dismay at how close he'd come to becoming a prisoner on the one hand, and intense, ongoing desire on the other. But Tempest wasn't done yet. It looked like she wanted to say something, but was unsure how Ty might respond. Ty simply waited for her to speak. "And that," she began hesitantly, "brings us to my next question. You have the device. Your alignment is neutral good. You have a unique skill, even if we don't know how to use it yet. So, would you like to be part of the team?" Ty was astonished. He didn't know what to say. A day ago, he had been a total loser, no more than a lowly paid, disrespected nobody at the concubine club, with no life to speak of, few friends, and few prospects. Nothing to look forward to. A few minutes ago, he'd been looking at the enhancements the device had given him from a completely self-centered point of view, without any consideration of what it might mean for others. Now, with just a few words, Tempest had managed to change everything. Suddenly, all because of the device on his wrist, he could be part of a superhero team, helping to fight crime around the city of New Lincoln. Perhaps not in the role of hero. But didn't most comic books show that superheroes had sidekicks? Could Ty be one of those? Maybe his skill would prove useful enough for that. And there was more to it as well. Tempest's expression was open and obvious. The role of a superhero teammate, even if just as a sidekick, apparently came with benefits which were hard to ignore. Ty's first instinct was to leap at the chance, to be something more than he was, to fight crime at the side of this amazing woman, was beyond his wildest dreams. But the contrary part of his mind wouldn't stay quiet. There were downsides to consider as well, not the least of which had been highlighted by Zach. Zach was dead. Zach Kennedy, a superhero with real powers, the man whose device Ty currently wore, had died in the line of duty. He had been killed by a monstrous supervillain who had been moments from murdering Ty as well. The only reason he had survived was that Tempest had the power to save him. Did he really want to be the damsel in distress in their superhero team? Was that what it would amount to? There were other considerations as well. Regardless of what he did with his time, he still needed to eat, still needed to pay his rent and his monthly bills, and try to pay off his debts, which meant he needed to maintain an alter ego, which would be his usual self. He already worked more hours than he wanted to think about just to scrape by. When would he have the time to fight crime? Nor could he easily give up his job. The practicalities of the situation were real enough that Ty found himself shaking his head. "I can't." He couldn't keep the disappointment out of his voice. "And you don't really need me anyway. I would just slow you down." Ty heaved a big sigh, acutely aware that he was passing up an opportunity to get to know Tempest far better than he already did. It was as if somebody had offered Ty the keys to the entire kingdom, and he just turned it down. Yet he knew it was the right thing to do. "I'm sorry," he said glumly. "I guess I had better take the device off. Maybe you can find somebody with better skills to wear it." There was silence. Tempest's disappointment was obvious. She wasn't angry or upset because of his words, just sad. And in the end, accepting. After a time, she nodded and offered a smile that was a shadow of her usual one. But what she said next surprised him. "We can't take it off. It's bound to you now the same way it was bound to Zach. In the same way that mine is bound to me. It will only come off when you die." "You can't take it off?" Immediately, Ty looked for a way, but there was no latch, no obvious clasp. "No, that was part of my father's design. The nanites are constantly refreshed by the device, which continues to enhance us. That means our skills and capabilities improve over time, but there's a downside as well. If we were to remove the device, we would suffer a kind of withdrawal. Apparently, it would be painful and debilitating, more so the longer we've been wearing it. And there's another reason. He didn't want the device to fall into the wrong hands. She shrugged. I guess that worked for a while, at least. Ty was aghast. He was starting to understand the magnitude of what had happened when the device had closed around his wrist. Tempest had not only lost a teammate in Zach, but with Ty wearing the device, the team would remain forever one person short. Until Ty died. And yet, Ty was a technology enhancement. He liked to tinker with gadgets. If anyone could figure out how to get the device off, surely it would be him. He promised himself that he would do so at his earliest opportunity, regardless of the withdrawal he would go through. Then, regretfully aware that his best opportunity with this amazing woman had passed, Ty returned to the practicalities. In a few hours, he would need to get back to work. So, he began, am I free to go? Or does that thing about being locked in here for the rest of my life still hold? He tried to keep his tone light, but heard how flat it sounded. Nevertheless, Tempest gave him another sad smile. Of course. Unless you are planning to become the next supervillain? I think even if I was, you could handle me fairly easily. He wanted to say that he might even enjoy it, but didn't. He sobered instead. Sorry, he blurted, for Zach and everything else. Thank you for saving my life. I wish I could have been the person you're looking for. So do I, the amazing woman replied. Then she stood up. Would you like a lift home? 8. An end to the adventure. Ty nodded. Given that he had no clue where in New Lincoln he actually was, he did indeed like the thought of getting a lift home. But there was something he had to attend to first. I have to get dressed, he said. Tempest raised an eyebrow and grinned broadly. Are you shy? She asked. Ty didn't think he needed to explain how enormously attracted he was to her. Tempest had worked that one out for herself. Yet, if he was to remove the covers, the immediacy of the attraction would be readily apparent. Instead of answering directly, he just nodded. Tempest's grin grew broader. Who do you think got you out of your clothes when I brought you here? She asked teasingly. Yet she didn't press the issue. She just shook her head in mock disappointment, then stood and left the room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Ty watched Tempest perfectly formed behind until she was gone. It was mesmerizing. Then he swung his legs over the side of the bed and placed his bare feet on the floor. He felt different when he stood. It was as if he was looking at the world from a different height. Nor did his body feel exactly the same as before. He felt lighter, stronger. He wondered if it was his imagination, or if it was just the difference between being a 4 and a 6 in strength. When he put on his clothes, there was no longer any doubt. His trousers were tighter than they had been, and while they weren't the best trousers in the world, they had at least fit him well enough. Now they were a good inch or two shorter than they needed to be, and the seams were straining around his thighs. Nor was it just his trousers. It was his shirt as well, which was tied about his shoulders and upper arms. And the top buttons wouldn't do up. And his sleeves? He couldn't do up the cuff around the device, but that wasn't a surprise. The surprise was that his arms now stuck out by about the same length as his legs stuck out from his trousers. Even his jacket, which had never been form-fitting, was now a size or two on the small side. Perhaps his clothing had shrunk in the rain. Yet he had been rained on before, and they hadn't shrunken then. The only other option was that Ty had somehow grown several inches taller. The thought was unsettling, but also enjoyable. He wanted to check himself out in the mirror to see if it was true. He also wondered what life might be like if he was a few inches taller and a good deal more muscular. Now it seemed that he had the opportunity to find out. At the same time, he wondered what might happen if he did manage to remove the device from his wrist. Would he slowly and painfully shrink back to his normal, weedy self? Or would the height and muscle increase be permanent? Either way, it was a question for later. For the moment, it was time to bring this adventure to an end. With a heavy sigh, he went to join Tempest. Getting dropped at home was a far different and more enjoyable experience than Ty could ever have imagined. They didn't travel by bus, subway, or anything else Ty might have thought of as normal. Instead, they flew. Tempest had mentioned before that she could fly, but with everything going on, Ty hadn't truly absorbed what that would mean. When they made it out of the building that housed the stunning woman's safe house, Tempest turned to him with a grin. "Buckle up," she said. Before Ty could respond, she stepped in right behind him, unceremoniously gripped him under the arms, and hoisted him into the air. Ty gave a very unmanly squeal of panic as his feet left the ground, and Tempest laughed out loud. Yet Ty wasn't afraid exactly, more astonished than anything else. Up and away," he said as he gasped for breath. "What?" Ty asked, her lips inches from Ty's ear. "Nothing," Ty replied. He was too overwhelmed with what was happening to say anything more. He was flying. Held tightly by Tempest, he rose into the sky as if he was in an elevator that wasn't there. It was intoxicating and frightening both at once. His heart was pounding in his ears, and he was acutely aware of Tempest's body pressing against his own. Within a small number of seconds, they were high enough above the tallest buildings that he could see the city laid out below. Tempest leaned close. "Which way?" she breathed, her voice full of excitement and joy, with maybe a little pride mixed in for good measure. Ty's thoughts were all over the place and wrapped up in a million emotions as well. He was cold, excited, slightly terrified, and astonished. It was beyond exhilarating, and he never experienced anything like it. Then, all at once, he relaxed. Tempest's arms were strong, and he felt secure. She wouldn't drop him. "I don't know," he said to her. "The landmarks all look different from up here. Take me back to where you found me? I was only a mile or so from my apartment." "Okay, flyboy," she replied. "But I would hold on to your socks. This is going to get exciting." With that, she leaned into him, and within moments they were zooming along faster than Ty would have imagined. He couldn't help himself. He didn't know whether to laugh or to shout out loud. In the end, he expressed himself in the only way he could. He let out a wordless shout of sheer exuberance that shunted all of his worries away. Ty wished he could stay in the air forever, kept aloft by the fantastic woman pressing against him. But all things come to an end, and the flight was disappointingly short. Tempest brought him gently back to the ground around the corner from his apartment, in an area where there would be few people to see. Ty was abuzz with the joy of it all. It was as if he had enjoyed the most spectacular amusement park ride that could ever be imagined. Not that he'd actually ever been to an amusement park. He never had the budget for anything like that. Yet he couldn't imagine any roller coaster being able to offer the same sort of experience he had just had. He stumbled as Tempest started to let him go, so she held on to him for a little longer. "Easy there," she said. "Gotta get your land legs working again." Ty would have been more than happy if she never let go of him again, but when Tempest felt that his balance was back, she stepped away. He turned to face her. She looked sad, wistful. It was more than enough to make him regret his decision. Yet during the flight, he had recognized that the device had not done the same for him as it had done for her. She could fly. The strength in her arms was undeniable. felt like she had wrapped him in iron when she lifted him skyward. He was not even close to being in the same league as her, not in any way imaginable. His rationale for turning her down was as solid now as it had been when he'd done it. He would have been no more than a burden to a team of superheroes, as useless as a noob in a super boss fight, and he would have ended up deader than Zack. In the gaming worlds his roommate inhabited, death wasn't much of a problem. But this wasn't a gaming world. This was real. Superpowers or not, there was no option to respawn. "Thank you," Ty said again. "I'll figure out how to get this device off. When I do, I'll return it to you, and you can give it to someone better able to use it." Tempest smiled again. "Ty, you are such a cutie," she said. "The devices also act as a holophone. If you change your mind, just choose the communicate option and click my name. Or if you need anything else, I might be able to provide." She said the last with a wink, and Ty again found himself staggering by how impossibly attractive he found her. Not that it seemed to matter anymore. Ty was a realist. His days of being part of her superhero team were over before they began, and with them, any real chance he had to get to know her better. Tempest didn't hang around. She launched herself back into the air. "See you around," she said. And just like that, she was gone. Ty looked around at the same grim, dismal streets that had become all too familiar. His drab existence was calling him. With a heavy sigh, he looked toward his apartment building and started to trudge. 9. Technological enhancement. Ty thought that maybe he should have asked Tempest to drop him off right at his apartment, maybe hover outside the window so he could climb in. He was on the 7th floor, and the elevators hadn't worked in years. Normally, by the time he made it to his floor, his legs would be shaking and the sweat would be soaking his shirt. But today was different. The architect's device had worked its magic. Though not anywhere near as strong as Tempest or the monstrous man who killed Zack, Ty felt fitter than he'd ever felt before. He was barely puffing when he reached his apartment. He felt he could run several miles without serious strain. It was a delicious feeling, and one that he wanted to savor. Yet everything else about his life remained the same. The apartment building was a squalid place held together by inexpert patchwork and misery. The stairs were in disrepair, and he had to skirt around bags of trash that one of his neighbors had decided to leave in the way. In days past, there had been other obstacles as well. Drug addicts on the landing, the occasional strange child sitting quietly, waiting for either an argument to finish inside an apartment or for some other illicit activity to conclude. Ty held his palm up to the lock at his door, and it gave an electric click of admittance. His apartment was a testament to his position in life. Tiny and cramped, it was a little more than 600 square feet of faded walls and tired floors. And in that space, it boasted 2 bedrooms, a lounge, kitchen, and bathroom. There was barely enough room to stand, yet Ty had seen worse. Much worse. And it wasn't as if he had much choice. It was all he could afford. Even so, Ty felt a sense of relief when he entered. Or perhaps it was simply familiarity. It had only been a few hours since his last shift at the Concubine Club had ended. And while it had been the most extraordinary few hours of his entire life, it had also been unsettling on a visceral level. The drab familiarity of his apartment was almost welcome, as was the sight of his roommate Bradley Fletcher, who was plugged into his game console as usual and barely glanced up as Ty entered the lounge. "Hey," Brad said. As was his habit, he was wearing a grimy old t-shirt and baggy track pants covered in crumbs, and was surrounded by a growing pile of candy wrappers and empty energy drink cans. He looked like he hadn't moved in days, and that strangely comforting thought brought a warm smile to Ty's face. As professional gamers went, he was far from the top tier who could make millions. His thing was to work as a miner within some of the multiplayer games with the larger followings, hoping to unearth valuable items to sell. Sometimes he made enough to pay rent for a month in a single strike. Sometimes he could go several weeks without making a cent. Those times, life could get interesting for both of them, but it mostly seemed to work out well enough. As was his habit, Brad had his hollow visor down so that it hid most of his face, and was deeply engrossed in one of the games. Yet he still managed to deliver a message. "About time you got back. What happened? Enter the hut make you work a double? Oh, and before I forget, someone was looking for you." "Huh? Who?" Ty said. Other than Angie from work, there were few people who even bothered to call, let alone make the effort to come to his apartment. What did they want? Brad just shrugged. He didn't even look at Ty. There was a screen attached to the wall that showed Ty what Brad was doing. Brad's visor would give the image a depth and texture as if he was actually there, but to Ty it looked like an old-fashioned two-dimensional film. He could see that Brad was just grinding his way through a maze in a game that Ty recognized but didn't care for. "Dunno. Big guys. Look like cops. Said they'd be back later." Ty frowned, not liking the sound of that. What could the cops want with him? He hadn't done anything. And yet he had been a witness to a murder. Could this have been related to that? And yet if they were cops, wouldn't they have identified themselves to Brad? And this was confusing, and Ty couldn't help but be suspicious. All at once, he felt vulnerable. What if they weren't cops at all, but something else entirely? Something more dangerous. Ty had taken a few martial arts classes when he was a kid, but other than that and the door, there was nothing in the apartment with which he could really defend himself. He felt surprisingly naked. Without really thinking about it, he went to the kitchen and started looking around. Neither Ty nor Brad cooked much, preferring to eat from the street vendors or, in Ty's case, stealing scraps from the kitchen at the Concubine Club. But there was still the usual assortment of gadgets around, including a toaster, a blender, and a compact microwave oven. Without paying too much attention to what he was doing, Ty opened the drawer and found an old screwdriver and a rusty pair of pliers. With this limited selection of tools, he quickly stripped the toaster down to its essentials and took the cover off the microwave. Brad didn't even turn to see what Ty was up to. "Had a big score earlier today," he was saying. "Me and a couple of guys were exploring a cave under a cabin. Caught a rumor that somebody picked up a rare drop there a few months ago, but it's set up weird. You need a combination of class abilities to increase your chances to get it, but even if you've got them all, you can't do it alone. You've got to work as a team. If you don't, you get nada, and even then there's a good chance that you'll get something much less valuable. So we were doing our thing, with an agreement to split the proceeds if we found it, and we did it. The Amulet of Bethnal. Magical item. Gives the wielder a one-hit invulnerability. 1 second to activate, 10-second recharge. If it's used right, it can help a fighter ride out any attack. It's worth heaps, but even my share should keep me going for weeks." Ty just listened to Brad's gamer talk, not understanding all of it, but making occasional encouraging comments. As he listened, he continued to work on the appliances. His hands seemed to know what they were doing much more than usual, and he stripped parts from the microwave that he instinctively knew he would need. "Great," he said when Brad finished. "You can pay me back for that rent you missed the other week." Brad didn't even blink. "Sure." He was like that. He paid what he owed when he could, and it was just when he was short that times were tough. As Ty worked, a sleek black cat leaped effortlessly from the floor up to the bench to see what he was doing. Without breaking his rhythm, Ty reached out and gave her a scratch behind the ear. She immediately started purring loudly. "Hello, Furball," he said affectionately. The cat's real name was Gremlin, but she answered as readily to Furball, monkey, animal, and a host of less flattering things depending on Ty's mood. In other words, she only occasionally responded at all, regardless of what she was called. Yet she was friendly enough when she wanted to be and treated Ty as her personal servant. She was obviously interested in what Ty was doing. She purred and rubbed her cheeks against the deconstructed microwave. "Don't touch that," Ty said, gently moving her out of the way. There are bits that carry a charge, and you don't want to get zapped. Gremlin took him at his word and sat down to watch, curling her tail around her toes. So how come you aren't celebrating? Ty asked. Brad glanced his way, then stared a little harder and frowned through his visor. Did you get a haircut or something? He asked. But he didn't wait for Ty to answer. Yeah, we're going out later. Archie had some errands to do first, and Jeep had a shift at work. But it's going to be wild, man. You want to ditch work for the evening and tag along? Ty thought about it, but his budget was such that he couldn't afford to take days off here and there without consequences. And wild nights weren't really his thing. With his luck, they'd end up in a place just like the Concubine Club, and it would feel just like he was at work anyway. He shook his head. What if I could? He said. Brad had already gone back to his game. Whatever he had noticed about Ty's appearance, he wasn't interested enough to follow through. Suit yourself, man. But you gotta get yourself a better job. This one's eating up your whole life. Yeah. Ty continued to work for a few more minutes. When he was done, he stopped and stared for a while. Within no more than 15 minutes, he had torn apart a toaster and a microwave with nothing but a screwdriver and a pair of old pliers, and a kitchen knife when he needed it. And he had just constructed a self-powered stun gun that should be good for half a dozen serious jolts before it needed to be charged. 10. Unexpected guess. It was not pretty to look at. The stun gun was clunky, as long as Ty's forearm, and with all the important parts fixed around a central metal rod. He thumbed the on switch and was gratified to see a bright blue spark arc between the two nodes at the end. He turned it off in order to save power. Then he frowned. Why had he made such a thing? How had he made such a thing? Sure, he had an interest in electronics, but up until then, all that meant was that he could fix things when they broke. Cannibalizing existing items to make something new had never been his deal. Yet, it wasn't really a mystery. It had to be his skill, the one the architect's device had unlocked. Technology enhancer. Maybe it was a more significant talent than Ty expected. What do you think of this, Furball? He said. Pretty cool, huh? He was legitimately excited by what he had done. He hadn't even really been thinking about it. It was as if his hands had known what to do and he just did it. But Gremla didn't seem particularly impressed. She looked at Ty with an uncertain expression and continued to purr. Ty decided he wanted a more receptive audience. He held the stun gun up so Brad could see it. Check out what I just made. Brad glanced his way only for a moment before returning to his game. Then he pressed a hand to his ear and flipped the visor away from his face. Brad was a couple years older than Ty and a good deal heavier as well. His sedentary lifestyle and lack of any need to go outside had led him to be fairly slovenly. He shaved only rarely, and when he did, he didn't do a good job. He had patches of dark orange stubble over his jaw to match his ginger curly hair that stuck up in random tufts all over his head. His only genetic mods were in the form of purple irises and a strip of hair as wide as his palm that followed down his spine. Ty had seen the strip of hair more often than he would have liked, and privately thought it was repulsive. What is it? Brad asked, both puzzled and interested at the same time. It's a stun gun. Cool. Does it work? Ty pressed a button again so that the lightning appeared at the tip once more. Looks like it will, but I haven't tested it yet. Want to be a guinea pig? But Brad snorted and shook his head. You first, dickhead. Then he grew serious again. You made that now? How? Why? Ty could only shrug. I don't really know why. Seems important that we have something to defend ourselves with. Thought this might be a good start. He glanced at the wreckage of the toaster and the microwave on the bench. As for how, I cannibalized a couple of existing appliances. You what? Brad asked. Yeah. Hope you don't intend to make toast anytime soon. You made that out of the toaster? Brad asked, incredulous. Yeah, and the microwave. Bits of both, really. Brad slowly shook his head. But I used that microwave, he said, sounding vaguely forlorn. Ty laughed. I can put it back together if you like. Might even be able to make it work better. As he thought about it, Ty realized that might wasn't the right word. He knew he could make it better, and he probably didn't even need to take his stun gun apart to do it. It was an intriguing thought. He wondered what else he might be able to do. If this was what his skill enabled him to do at a lowly level of 2, what would happen if he practiced and became better? What were his limits? And what if he turned his enhancement skill toward the device itself? Ty was testing that possibility in his mind when Brad interrupted his train of thought. You want to play a game? He asked randomly, indicating the console. Ty shook his head. Not right now. I gotta get ready for work. At this, Brad gave him the type of laugh that he reserved for anyone who didn't have the freedom to work from home as he did. Loser, he said cheerfully, then lowered his visor again and returned to the game. Ty didn't mind. He'd been called worse, and the act of creating the stun gun had calmed him. He was no longer as worried as he had been before. Yet the concept of going back to work didn't exactly thrill him. To face Angie again, to spend so many hours in that sticky alcoholic smog, and to listen to the ongoing noise wasn't exactly Ty's favorite thing to do. He wondered idly if being a superhero sidekick came with any benefits, like a regular income. Then he couldn't help but grin. Being a sidekick did come with benefits. One of those benefits apparently came in the very shapely form of Tempest Flare. Ty uttered a deep, heartfelt sigh. Keep dreaming, he muttered to himself. He put his stun gun back on the counter and was about to head to his room to change his clothes when there was a knock at the door. Ty hesitated. He didn't know what to do and felt unexpectedly fearful. Maybe his experience with the villain in the alley had left him more jumpy and nervous than he realized. You gonna answer that? Brad said. But who is it? What do they want? Brad looked at him as if he was going mad. Open the door and find out. Ty continued to hesitate, and the knocking repeated. Hello? Someone called from the other side. Anyone home? Ty understood that he was being ridiculous. He had no reason to fear unless it was somehow the monstrous man from the alley doing the knocking. Even then, he could easily check. The door had a peephole. Just a moment, Ty called. Because he couldn't shake his suspicion, he grabbed his stun gun from the counter, then used the peephole. 3 uniformed men stood out in the hallway. It wasn't the police, nor did Ty recognize the uniform. Something about the way they stood, combined with their close-cut hair, suggested to him that they had a military background. They also wore communication equipment and visors. They were all tall, hard-looking men who looked very capable, intimidating. Yet none of them was the villain from the alley. Ty made sure that the safety latch was across, then opened the door just a crack, making sure to keep his stun gun out of sight. Who are you? What do you want? He asked. None of them answered Ty's questions. Instead, the middle one responded with one of his own. Are you Ty Wilcox? He asked. All at once, the stubborn part of Ty's nature asserted itself. He had asked them who they were, and they hadn't answered. He wasn't going to tell them a thing until he knew who they were. Who wants to know? He said, his voice harder than before, more assertive. The man never blinked. We're investigating an incident in an alley not far from here. Last night someone was murdered. There was a witness. Are you Ty Wilcox? So this was related to what happened that night. Yet Ty noticed that the man still hadn't identified himself. Even though he sounded official, Ty wanted more. "Show me your badge. Prove to me that you can ask these questions." Again, the man in the middle was up to the task. "We're not the police. We work privately." Ty frowned. His stubborn side was taking control. "So I don't have to say anything to you." "Not if you don't want to, but hear us out. The interests we represent are looking to recover an item lost at the scene. It is a device that is worn on the wrist. We were hoping—" But the man didn't finish his sentence. Ty hadn't been able to help himself. As the man spoke, Ty glanced at his wrist. Worse, he moved it so the device was visible through the crack in the door. The man saw it. His eyes widened. Without looking away from Ty at all, he raised his voice. "Confirmed! He has it!" With that, he took a single step back. As if that was a signal, the other two men surged forward and threw their combined weight against the door. Ty wasn't quick enough to get it closed. The only thing holding the door was the security chain. It was a good design, with multiple layers of steel linked together to give it considerable strength. But the door frame was no more than wood. It splintered and the door bust open. 11. Stun gun. For the second time, Ty was too slow. He couldn't get out of the way, and the door caught him in the shoulder hard enough to spin him around. He found himself sprawled on the floor with the uniformed men piling in through the door. Gremlin would not have been a good guard dog. She gave a loud, disapproving meow, but didn't stay for the fight. She leaped off the kitchen counter and ran at full speed through the tiny lounge, disappearing into Ty's bedroom. At the same time, Brad jumped to his feet and started yelling. "Hey, what do you think you're playing at?" But his shouts were buried beneath the voices of the men. Mercenaries, Ty thought in confusion and fear. He could think of nothing else they could be. "Grab him! Get him!" The impact with the floor had knocked the stun gun out of Ty's hand. He desperately tried to scramble back to his feet, but the first of the men crashed into him as if he was a tackling dummy. It hurt. Once, when Ty had been at school, he tried out for the football team. He had been small and thin even then, but he had also been quick. He thought that maybe his speed would help him. No such luck. In his first season, he had been tackled by a brute of a boy who would have weighed 3 times what he did. Ty hit the ground with a crash and bruised every one of his ribs. This felt like that. Yet this time, Ty was no longer the small, skinny boy he had been back then. He was stronger now than he had ever been in his life. Stronger than Brad, who sat on the couch all day playing video games. Even stronger, perhaps, than the man trying to crush him into the floor. Nor had he forgotten all the martial arts training he'd had. He squirmed and twisted about in the man's grip until he could free up his hands. Then, using his elbows and fists, he started to rain blows on the man's face and neck, doing his best to shatter the tech that he wore on his face. The man grunted and started to swear. "Stop squirming, you little prick!" Ty saw no reason at all why he should do as the man said. He hit him again, grateful for the first time in his life that his apartment was so small. The other 2 men were blocked from reaching him. Ty had to contend with only 1 man at a time. With a convulsive effort, Ty twisted, reaching for the gun. Fearing that it might be damaged somehow, he thumbed the on switch, and nearly cried out in delight as the lightning arced between the pins at the end. Without pausing, he jammed the stun gun at the man's face and was rewarded with a jolt of power that went through him, like when the device had closed on his wrist. The smell of ozone mixed with burning flesh filled the air. The man on top of him yelled out in pain and all of his muscles clenched. He held the position for 3 full seconds, then collapsed, unconscious, mostly still on top of Ty. Ty squirmed and struggled to get out from under him as the man's 2 companions looked at each other, then reached within their uniforms. It was enough to spur Ty into a frenzy. He had no clue what they were reaching for, but knew it couldn't be good. He heaved the first man aside, then lunged with the stun gun, reaching out as far as he could. The stun gun touched the second man on the shin. This man also cried out. He stood in place, flexing and jerking as if engaging in some modern interpretive dance. But his companion was luckier. He had withdrawn a short length of steel that he shook once. Immediately, the length of the steel grew to the length of an arm. It was a police baton. Hard and strong, and not the type of thing that Ty wanted to get hit with at all. Ty had managed to get back to his feet, and he faced the third man with his stun gun held in front of him. The second man was still jerking in place, still on his feet and in the third man's way. The third man gave him a shove that sent him crashing to the floor in the kitchen. Then he looked Ty up and down. "Got yourself a nice little toy there," he said. It was the man who'd spoken at the door. Nothing about the way he stood or acted indicated that he was going to do anything other than continue his original task. He was after the device. That it resided on Ty's wrist was no more than an inconvenience. This man intended to get it. "Looks like it delivers a nasty little shock," the third man continued. "But guess what? Two can play at that game." With that, he pressed a button on his baton. All at once it shone blue up and down its length so it looked like a lightsaber. The third man gave a nasty grin and stalked forward. Ty's heart sank. He was sweating and breathing hard from his exertions, and it was only going to get worse. He had seen the stun batons before. In fact, they had been part of the inspiration behind his stun gun. He knew that a single jolt from one, as well as potentially breaking his bones, would be enough to have him joining the first two men in spasms on the floor. Ty carefully stepped back away from the man into the living room. "Get out of here!" Brad yelled. Whether at Ty or the intruder, it was hard to tell. The gamer had hidden behind the couch and peeked over the top, his expression a mask of outrage and disbelief. "Stay where you are!" Ty yelled back in response. He barely glanced at his roommate, but the third man used the moment to lunge. It was all Ty could do to keep out of the way. Fortunately, the man had to leap over his companion to get close. If he hadn't, Ty was pretty sure he would have already been done. He thought he was likely done anyway. The man was giving him no options, and Ty was quickly running out of room. But he wasn't ready to give up yet. He set his teeth and planted his feet. The length of his own stun gun didn't match that of the intruder's, but it would give him a fighting chance. He couldn't help but grin. "Come on then, Darth. Do your worst." The intruder may have done exactly that. He looked like he wanted to. But just at that moment, something sailed past Ty's head and hit the man in the face. Even though it did no damage at all, he still looked briefly surprised. Brad had found some courage and a cushion. He'd flung the cushion at the intruder, and it was just enough at just the right time. The distraction enabled Ty to leap quickly forward and use his stun gun a third time. This time, the man let out a grating exhalation of pain and collapsed flinching to the floor. Ty's heart was pounding loudly in his ears. He had just faced down 3 strangers with his makeshift stun gun. And he had won. For a moment, he just stood there, unsure what to do. Then he glanced back at Brad, who was still hiding behind the couch, looking shocked, his gaze flicking between Ty and the men. You look different," Brad said. "Yeah," said Ty. "Hey, get over here, will you?" "Why?" Brad said, sounding as shocked as he looked. "I want you to hold this. If they start to wake up before I'm finished, zap them again." "What are you going to do?" "Tie them up." Ty looked at his roommate. Brad still hadn't moved. "Brad? You can do this, right?" Ty asked. "Yeah," Brad said, but he spoke without any real conviction. Nevertheless, he stood and went over to Ty, who handed the stun gun over. Brad took it gingerly. He swung it back and forth, testing its weight, and grew more confident. His expression turned from hesitation and worry to something approaching glee and a heartbeat. "I got this," he said, and this time Ty believed him. He went to his bedroom and found Gremlin partially buried under the blankets on his bed. The cat looked at him with a concerned expression and gave a pathetic meow, as if both asking if the excitement was over and telling him off for the noise. "Yeah, sorry," said Ty as he patted the cat on her head. "I know, but it wasn't my fault." With that, he started rummaging around in his drawers and closet, looking for anything that he could use to tie the men up. His first thought was cable ties, but when he saw the ones he had, he knew they were too small. His next thought was an extension cord that he had used to connect his night lamp to the only power outlet in the room, but he needed that. In the end, he dumped some of his work shirts on the floor and grabbed the wire coat hangers they had been hanging from. Then he hurried back to the men. Brad was standing over them, pointing the stun gun at their immobile bodies. "Please wake up," he muttered in an angry, determined voice. "I dare you. Give me the chance to use this thing." Ty found himself laughing at Brad's enthusiasm, but there was little need for it. The men were still out. Ty heaved them over so they laid face down, and with Brad standing guard, quickly twisted the coat hangers tightly around their wrists so they served as handcuffs. That done, he took a moment to search the men for weapons, coming away with a matching set of blasters, the baton, a couple of ugly-looking knives, and a garrote. Then he stood back to survey his work. Brad's bravado was starting to fail. "What the hell is going on?" he said, then, as if he only just thought of it, "Shouldn't we call the police?" Ty considered. "Not yet, but we will." Before he did anything else, Ty checked the hall to make sure there was nobody else around, then came back in and shut what was left of the door. The door frame was splintered around the security chain, but the deadbolt was still okay. He threw it, then turned back to his roommate. "I guess I should tell you what happened last night," he said. "But first, I got a call to make." Brad, not understanding and still in shock, just nodded. Instead of bringing out his phone, he pushed his sleeve away from the device on his wrist and thumbed the sensor. As Tempest had instructed, he chose the communication option, then clicked on a holographic image of the blonde superhero. She answered immediately, her face appearing within the image and looking vaguely confused. "Hello?" "Hi, it's me, Ty." He was pleasantly surprised at the enthusiasm with which Tempest responded. "Ty? Have you changed your mind? We've got to get your profile data sorted." She looked and sounded amazing enough even in holographic form that Ty's mind went momentarily blank. He just looked at her beautiful features, then scrambled to remember why he had called. "No, maybe. No, look, this isn't about that. There are 3 men in my apartment. It's okay they're unconscious, but they're after my device. I thought you'd like to know." Tempest responded with instant concern. "Don't move. I'll be right there." With that, she ended the call, and Ty found Brad staring hard at him. "Who are you, and what the hell have you done with my roommate?" 12. Totally mental. "Huh? What do you mean?" Ty responded. Brad was serious. He was holding the stun gun in a threatening way. "I'm not even sure you're Ty at all. You look like him and you're wearing his clothes, but you're too tall. And Ty had all this acne on his face. You don't have any. And you're more... He made a random gesture. "More this." Perhaps it was just the result of the release of tension now that the fight was over, but Brad's confusion made Ty want to laugh. He felt his lips quirk into a grin. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You're too buff and confident. Ty would have never faced off against those 3, not in a million years. He would have peed himself on the spot and hidden in his room. But you seem to know exactly what to do. You made this stun gun thing in advance, just on the hint that they might show up. I wouldn't have even known how to do that." Brad looked very determined. He raised the stun gun as if he meant to use it.
And the last time Ty spoke to a girl other than his sister must have been weeks ago. So, who the hell are you? And what have you done with Ty? And what is that thing on your wrist? What the fuck is going on?
Ty had no choice. He erupted into gales of laughter. It was the wrong thing to do. Brad's confusion turned to anger. He looked to be more than ready to use the stun gun. It was all Ty could do to hold up his hands in surrender. "Stop! Wait!" he said, and did his best to calm himself down. "Man, have I got a story to tell you." Brad glared at Ty as if everything was his fault.
"Tell it then,"
he said. So Ty told him. He talked about his awful day at work and how Angie the Hutt had made him miss his last bus home. Ty had spoken about Angie regularly in the past, so by the time he reached the end of that part, Brad was nodding. It matched his understanding of Ty and Ty's life. Then Ty spoke of the battle he stumbled into as he trudged through the rain. He described Zack fighting against the monstrous villain, and even mentioned how he knew that he ought to have run. And he told of how Zack met his death, and what his last words had been. Brad listened with interest. Of the two of them, the gamer had generally been more open to the idea that there were superheroes working within the city of New Lincoln. It was Ty who had been more skeptical. Then he spoke of the device.
"That thing on your arm?"
"Yeah." Ty held it up so Brad could see it and returned to the story. He described what it felt like when the device clamped itself on his arm, the shock, the feeling of nausea. And then he spoke about seeing Tempest enter the fray.
"Then what happened?"
Brad asked. Ty decided he didn't want his friend to know about the almost undeniable attraction between him and Tempest, but he was comfortable saying everything else. "I woke up in a strange bed," he said. He described how Tempest had brought him waffles and that she had told him about the device and how they worked.
"So, what are you saying? You have powers?"
Brad asked, looking both suspicious and intrigued. Ty shrugged. "Not really. You've already seen most of it. I'm a bit taller and a little stronger. Other than that, I'm pretty much the same as I always was. It doesn't work with everyone in the same way. But one thing, it seems to have enhanced my knack for gadgets." He gestured at the stun gun Brad still held in his hands. "That, for example. As you said, I wouldn't have even thought to make it before, but it seemed easy. Natural, almost. It's like I can see the possibilities within technology that I would never have noticed before." Brad was starting to relax. It was as if he was more interested in Ty's talent than anything else he'd been told.
"Dude, you could totally do awesome stuff with that. Like upgrade my setup, get rid of the lag. Imagine if I could react more quickly than anyone else in the game. What an advantage. I could enter some of the real games and maybe quit mining forever."
Ty simply nodded. It was something he felt he could do easily. Then he wondered if maybe he could turn his talent into making some money. Although without a qualification, it would still be difficult to convince people that he could do what he said. "Yeah, but it isn't all cookies and cream," Ty said. He gestured at the three men on the floor, one of whom was starting to groan. He was still unconscious, but it looked like he was closer to waking up than the other two. "These guys, for example, they want the device. And it isn't just them. There's someone else who wants it as well." Ty lapsed into silence. The thought that he had inadvertently placed Brad in danger simply by placing the device on his wrist was uncomfortable. Then he thought of something else that made him grin. "Of course, there is one more thing. Tempest had asked if I wanted to be part of the team." Brad looked astonished.
"What, like an actual superhero? Like her?"
"Yes, but not really. Just do what I can to help out." Brad's eyes were nearly bulging out of his skull.
"And?"
Ty couldn't help himself. He knew exactly what Brad was asking, but was enjoying himself too much. "And what?"
"When do you start? How does it work? What will you be doing?
But Ty shook his head. I turned her down.
You're shitting me. Are you nuts?
It's not that simple. The guy who died, Zach, he was seriously powerful. Like he was the god of thunder or something. I was there. Maybe I can do something with this tech stuff, but really, I don't know how much help I would be. And I've still got to pay the rent.
Dude, you're totally mental. Are you seriously telling me that you turned down the chance to be a literal superhero because you have to keep scrubbing toilets? You are certifiably insane. This is the chance of a lifetime. Let's get serious. If some bad guy came along and ripped your head from your shoulders in a month from now, you would still have lived more in that month than most of us get to experience in our entire lives.
Brad's expression was incredulous.
Man, I'm half tempted to take a hacksaw to your arm myself and take that device from you. Even if my skill happened to be a keen eye for needlepoint, I'd still jump in, boots and all.
Ty thought about what his friend was saying and wondered if he had made the right choice after all. Sure, he had made the sensible choice, but that didn't mean it was the right one. He hadn't even told his roommate about the best part. Tempest. Brad still hadn't wound down.
You need to get your head read. If you think this is a smart move, you're legitimately crazy. I should call the psychiatrist right now and get you hauled away. Because this is your life. You're what, 26? Where does your life go outside this? Seriously, this is the best thing that could have ever happened to you. It's like winning the lottery of all lotteries, and you're thumbing your nose at it. If this Tempest is still open to it, you have to beg her to give you another chance. If you don't, you're bonkers.
Ty had had enough. He raised his hand in surrender. Okay, already. I get it. You think I'm crazy. You might even be right. Why would I give away something like this just to keep working at the concubine club? I need to think about it.
Yeah, you really do.
And I intended to do just that. He needed to really assess the good and the bad, especially if he was going to be in danger anyway. It was at that point that there was another knock at the door. Ty's heart lurched in his chest. His first thought was that there were more of the mercenaries looking to get in, a backup team for those he had zapped. But then he remembered he'd called Tempest. In the back of his mind, he had been thinking of how long it would take him to move around the city. He either had to use public transport or walk. Yet with the speed she could fly, Tempest could be anywhere in the city within minutes. Even so, he checked to make sure. It was indeed the superhero standing in the hallway, looking just as stunning as before. Ty opened the shattered door. Come in. 13. An encouraging grip. Tempest didn't enter Ty's apartment immediately. Instead, she stood in the doorway and looked him up and down as if drinking him in, and smiled her wonderful smile. Ty could scarcely believe it. In the short time since he had seen her last, he had somehow forgotten the full extent of the effect her presence had on him. It was as if she was a powerful drug. He found her intoxicating, and all he wanted to do was reach out, hold her in his arms, and kiss her for all he was worth. He found that he was breathing hard, and that the blood was starting to pound in his ears. His mouth was dry, and he had to swallow. It's good to see you again, Tempest purred. Then she did as Ty suggested and entered his crappy apartment. Ty felt ashamed that he lived in such a sad, embarrassing place, ashamed that Tempest had to see it. Yet there was no choice. There were 3 mercenaries on the floor, one of whom was starting to move. Ty cleared his throat. Tempest, this is Brad, my roommate, he said. She stepped over the 3 mercenaries as if they were no more than obstacles in her way, and held her hand out to Brad. Tempest's effect on Brad was almost as palpable as her effect on Ty. He stared at her open-mouthed and could only just manage to remember his manners. He juggled the stun gun for a moment to free up a hand, then took hers and blurted, Hi. Brad is me. Yes, pleased to meet you." Before he'd learned that Zach was gay, Ty had been jealous at the thought of the telekinetic hero knowing Tempest. He figured that he would probably feel just as jealous if another superhero approached within half a mile of her. Because of the device on her wrist, she might feel as strongly attracted to them as he was to her. But as far as Brad was concerned, Ty felt no anxiety at all. Tempest was so far out of the gamers' league that they were barely the same species. Instead of feeling jealous, Ty gave his friend the broadest shit-eating grin he could conjure. Tempest turned her attention to the intruders on the floor. "Right, let's see what we have here," she said. As she turned away, Brad looked at Ty with an expression that conveyed a whole host of emotions at once. Amazement at how stunning Tempest was, a mixture of shock and jealousy that Ty would even know someone like her, and a touch of despair as he knew that she would forever be out of his league. Brad mouthed very clearly, "You are completely insane." Then louder, "Tell me again why you didn't want to be a part of her team?" Ty just grinned. But Tempest paused. "You told him?" "I wasn't going to, but when these guys came looking for the device, I didn't really have any choice." Tempest nodded. Then, as if thinking of it for the first time, she frowned. "How did you manage to handle them?" She had looked from Ty to Brad, then back again. Ty was actually proud. "Brad told me we had visitors. It worried me. We don't get many people here, so I built a stun gun. Brad, show her." Brad held the weapon up and turned it on. Blue sparks once more arced between the nodes and the tip. "You made that?" Tempest asked. "Out of the toaster and microwave oven," Brad said. "Don't know how I can eat my lunch now." "Yeah," Ty said. "Seems that my skill might be useful after all." Tempest smiled warmly. "Looks like." She tilted her head to the side. "Does this mean you've reconsidered?" Ty could hear the genuine interest. She really hoped he had. But he still didn't really know what to think. "Ty, if you don't, you are officially the dumbest person I know. I thought that before I met your friend. Now? There's something wrong with you, man." Ty couldn't help it. He had to grin. "I don't know. Maybe." It was enough for the time being. Tempest nodded, then turned her attention back to the men on the ground. "Right. Let's see if we can wake up one of these guys and find out what they know." With that, she reached for the man who was starting to groan and flipped him easily onto his back. Then she gripped him by the belt and the front of his jacket and hoisted him into the air. She did it easily, as if he weighed no more than a child, and carried him to the sofa before sitting him down. The movement was enough to joggle the intruder closer to wakefulness, but not to make him fully alert. "Right," Tempest said. "Now we have some room to move. Let's see if we can wake him up properly." Brad stared, open-mouthed. He shot Ty a look and mouthed the words, "Holy shit." Even Ty was impressed. He knew she could carry him easily, but the mercenary was considerably bigger and heavier than he was. Yet she showed no strain at all. "What can I do to help?" Ty asked. Tempest slapped the mercenary hard across the face once, twice, and then again. She assessed him closely. "Not much for the moment," she replied. "Although, if you have a pair of pliers..." The stunned intruder blinked, looked vaguely about, and made a noise that might have been an attempt at speech. Ty wondered if the man's tongue might be numb due to the stun gun. Not that he cared overly much. "Sure," he said. He didn't know what Tempest wanted with the pliers exactly, but it sounded ominous, and not necessarily healthy for the man on the couch. Tempest slapped the man again, and this time he came back to full wakefulness.
"Oh, stop that,"
he slurred, his expression a mixture of confusion and anger. Tempest smiled sweetly. "Welcome back," she said. "I'm going to give you a moment here, just so you can look around and take in the situation." Ty gathered the pliers from where he'd left them on the kitchen bench as the intruder did what Tempest suggested. His expression was clear. He looked around the room, his eyes fixating for a moment on his companions on the floor, then taking in and dismissing Brad in an instant, before settling on Ty. He was the one who had threatened Ty with the baton. He looked angry.
"Oh, I'm gonna get you for that, boy," the man snarled at Ty. "I'm gonna grab that toy of yours and jam it up your ass."
Tempest slapped him again, but harder this time. It rocked his head sideways, and he couldn't help but let out a gasp of pain. Now, Tempest said, admonishing him. "That's more than enough of that. In case you hadn't noticed, you're in no position to carry out threats. But we are." The man glared at her.
"I can't feel my hands."
Ty barked a laugh. "Yeah, that's my fault," he said. He didn't enjoy being threatened by the tough-looking intruder and was more than happy to remind him who had won their fight. He made no move at all to help the man out. Neither did Tempest. She ignored the miscreant's words as if they meant nothing to her. "Well, I guess if you can't feel your hands, we'll have to look elsewhere for sources of motivation." With that, she eyed the intruder up and down in a professional, businesslike manner. "Ty, did you find those pliers I asked for?" she asked. Ty stepped over the other two mercenaries and offered them to her. "Thank you. Now, do you think you could remove his shoes and socks?" The intruder didn't seem to like that idea at all.
"What the hell do you think you're playing at?"
he grated, his voice betraying more anger than fear. He tried to lash out, tried to kick, but Ty danced out of the way. Tempest's reaction was different. She lunged forward and gripped the man's crotch. "Play nice," she said. The mercenary froze. He was muscular and strong, and not used to being in situations where he wasn't in control. Nor did he appear to be enjoying Tempest's grip very much. Yet he continued to snarl.
"Get off me, you bitch,"
he said. Tempest twisted her grip, and the man flinched and cried out in pain. But he also lost his belligerence. Ty didn't know whether to be jealous at the intimacy of what Tempest was doing, or empathize with the pain. In the end, he settled on admiring Tempest's efficiency. She looked at the plier she held in her other hand. "I guess I won't be needing these after all," she said, and casually tossed them aside. Then she leaned close. "Right. These are the rules," she said. "We are going to ask you some questions. You are going to answer them. And you are going to answer them truthfully. If you don't, you get to wave goodbye to any chance of ever having children. Do I make myself clear?" The mercenary just glared at her as if the intensity of his hate could bore holes in her head. Tempest didn't change her expression. She just squeezed. Ty could see it clearly, and even he winced. Brad was starting to squirm in place, and the intruder let out a cry that mixed rage with disbelief and agony, before dissolving into a series of cursing and threats. Yet there was nothing he could do. Ty's makeshift handcuffs were doing the job very nicely. Now, that was just a taste, Tempest said. It seems you weren't listening to what I was saying, so perhaps you will listen more closely now. The intruder's face had turned bright red. He started struggling on the sofa, trying to get his arms free. In response to Tempest's words, he simply snarled and called her an awful name. As calmly as before, Tempest twisted her grip again. No, stop, okay? I'll tell you what you need to know. Tempest paused. She smiled sweetly. Of course you will. And you will keep a civil tongue in your head as you do. Am I right? The tough, hardened mercenary, a veteran of unknown military organization, started to blub like a schoolgirl. Yes, I'll do anything you say. Glad to hear it. Now, let's start with an easy one, shall we? What is your name? John, the man replied. John Smith, he said. Immediately, Tempest's expression hardened. Her intent was clear. No, it really is my name, John Smith, I swear. Now Tempest hesitated. It may well be his name, or he may have simply been testing to see if she could spot a lie. John Smith, she said. It's as good a name as any, I guess. But here's the thing. The rules have now changed. You made me doubt your answer. Do it again, even if your answer is true, and you'll regret it. Understand? Yes, John whimpered. He was breathing hard. Beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, and his face was a grimace of pain. I understand. Good. Now, where were we? 14. Crusher Fury. It sounded like a rhetorical question, as if Tempest was simply taking the time to order her thoughts. But Ty already had his questions in mind. This man had attacked him in his own apartment, and now, after the fact, he found himself resenting the intrusion. He didn't wait. You were after the device. It wasn't really a question, yet John nodded anyway. How did you find me? How did you find out where I live? The mercenary nodded again. He understood Ty's question. Yet he paused for just long enough before answering the question that Tempest's expression hardened again. We used a sniffer, he said, almost shouting the words. It was as if he thought the volume would convince Tempest of his truthfulness. A sniffer? Ty asked. John nodded. Yeah, tech. Works like a bloodhound. We followed your scent from the alley back to where you came from. Found the club where you work and asked the manager for your address. Ty was incredulous. And she told you? Despite his pain, despite his fear of continual torture, John Smith managed a feeble grin. Yeah. We just walked up all official-like. She didn't even bat an eye. Ty had always loathed Angie. She was cruel and spiteful and overly malicious. This was just another reason to hate her. All at once, he realized he was going to be late for work. Then he shrugged the thought aside. On the scale of things going on in his life just at the moment, it wasn't important. Who do you work for? Tempest asked. The mercenary stopped grinning. He started to sweat. Whether from the pain in his groin or out of the fear, Ty couldn't tell. I can't tell you, he said. He would kill me. The Tempest was ruthless. Without hesitation, she gripped and twisted in a way that Ty could feel in his soul. He grimaced and looked away as the intruder let out an agonized scream. It was almost enough to make Ty wonder what they were doing. They were torturing the man, making him talk out of fear and pain. Was that really the type of thing a hero would do? Certainly not in the comics. The heroes there were mostly honorable and true. The type of torture they engaged in seemed to be limited to throwing people off buildings, only to catch them before they hit the ground. As far as he could remember, he had never read a storyline where a hero would actively hurt someone else, even if it was the most efficient and effective method to gain the information they needed. But that was just comic books. This was real. John's scream was loud and desperate enough that Ty couldn't help wonder what was going through the minds of his neighbors. Would they call the police? Based on Ty's past experience living in the building, it was more likely that they would just hide in their apartment and not say a word. It wasn't the best of areas they lived in, and most of the residents were used to keeping their heads down and avoiding trouble. Then he decided it didn't matter. They were going to have to call the police themselves at some point. Finally, the man's screech faded, and he sat there on the couch, puffing and panting. He looked exhausted and wrung out, as if he'd just run a half marathon and was out on his feet. "I'll ask one more time," Tempest said just as sweetly as before. "But I warn you, I'm growing bored with just causing you pain. I'm thinking of starting on permanent damage. Does your employer carry insurance? Would it cover getting a cybernetic implant to allow you to continue to pee standing up?" John Smith was convinced. He breathed deeply, swallowed, and started to speak. "His name is Bane. Bane Fury. Prefers to be called Crusher. You met him in the alley." It hadn't been clear that the intruders were working with the monstrous villain who'd murdered Zack. Now it was. John Smith had confirmed it. And in a way, it was a relief. I didn't know what he would do if he had to face multiple unknown opponents. To have just one simplified matters considerably. Tempest seemed satisfied with the man's answer, but she had other questions to ask. Where did he get his device from? John Smith's answer was a whimper of rage and despair. "How am I supposed to know that?" he wailed. It wasn't a good enough answer, and everyone knew it. Even Brad, who up until then had just stood there grimacing in sympathetic agony, muttering under his breath. "Just tell her," he said. There was not the slightest hint of a smile on Tempest's face. Her eyes were hard and flat. She was determined to get an answer and seemed prepared to do anything she needed to do so. To Ty, she was still perfection personified. But now that perfection had a scary, threatening side to it. "No!" John squealed in panic as she started to squeeze. "No, I don't know anything. How could I? He doesn't tell me anything." At the same time, he did everything he could to avoid Tempest's grip. He literally threw himself sideways so that he was lying on the couch away from her. All else being equal, it wouldn't have been enough. Tempest would have just regained her grip within moments and followed through with her threat. But all things were not equal. As Tempest reached for the man, something hit the front door hard enough that it burst open. Ty, Brad, and even Tempest turned to look. John Smith started to laugh as if he'd been given some sort of reprieve. "Of course you could ask him yourself," he said. Ty's heart sank. He found himself incongruously wondering if he'd remembered to bolt the door after Tempest had entered. Her presence, her impossible allure could have distracted him from breathing, so it was very possible that he hadn't. Not that it mattered much. Bane, the villain who had murdered Zack, could have effortlessly burst through it either way. The monstrous man was so large that he filled the door completely, and then some. He had to duck and turn sideways to enter, and when he did, he paused for a moment to survey the two mercenaries still on the floor. One of them was just starting to twitch like John Smith had done before he woke up. Crusher was wearing the same black jumpsuit he'd had on before. As he looked slowly around, his expression was dark and dangerous and included a sneer of contempt. He looked first at Brad, then Ty, then finally Tempest. "You!" Tempest shouted. The depth of her loathing was clear. Zack had been her friend. The dispassionate, calculating torturer was gone, and she glared at the huge man with fury glinting from her eyes. As for Ty, something about the man filled him with disgust. It was like Tempest had said. Bane's presence made his skin crawl. At the same time, Ty wanted to know how the man had come to be here. Had John Smith somehow sent him a message? Had he already been on his way? It didn't make any sense. Brad's response was quite different. He let out a whimper and shrank down against the wall.
Yes, me. Last time we met, we had a little dance. I think it's time we finish that.
The monster's gaze flicked back to Ty for a moment.
And I'll have both of your devices in the bargain.
Ty didn't wait. This man was a murderer, and he was impossibly strong. Once before, Tempest had stepped in when this man threatened to kill him. At the time, Ty had been woozy and uncertain on his feet. He had just clamped the device around his wrist and was feeling the effects of it. This time, he was fully in control of his faculties. He was strong and fit, and faster than he'd ever been. Without pausing to think, without even looking to see what Tempest might have been doing, Ty lunged toward Brad, took the stun gun from his hands, and then crossed the gap to Bane. The stun gun had proved effective against all three of the more human combatants. It had shown itself powerful enough to render opponents unconscious. But Bane was different. He was 8 feet tall and built like the baddest of all bodybuilders. It was like being in a superhero movie with one of the characters come to life. If anything, he looked even bigger and more powerful than he had before. When Ty turned his makeshift weapon on and jabbed it at Bane's chest, it had no effect at all. The monster simply snarled at Ty, ripped it out of his grip, then broke it into pieces with his bare hands. Ty's first thought was that he would never be able to repair the toaster or microwave now. His next thought was that he was in serious trouble. Bane cuffed Ty, a delicate backhanded blow that was only a fraction of what he had dealt to Zack. Yet it was powerful enough to send Ty sailing through the air and crashing into the wall opposite Brad.
Ty!
Tempest yelled. Stunned and rattled, his ears ringing loudly, Ty shook his head to clear it and tried to stand up. Before he could do so, Tempest let out a battle cry that combined every ounce of rage and loathing and grief within her into a banshee scream and hurled herself across the room at the monster. Ty knew full well what sort of force Tempest was capable of bringing to bear. He expected Bane to be blown backward and to disappear into the distance. But he wasn't. Tempest collided with him with the force of a freight train, and the sound of the impact echoed through the tiny apartment like the crack of thunder. For a moment, Ty went completely deaf. But the monstrous villain didn't move an inch. It was as if Tempest had hurled herself at a steel bunker, or the side of a mountain for all the good it did. The monstrous man laughed as Tempest rebounded.
"Got me an upgrade," he pronounced.
Tempest looked at the man with surprise and confusion. She couldn't understand how he had withstood her blow. Yet she didn't give up. She simply hurled herself at him again and again and again. But unlike in the alley, her efforts had as little effect as the stun gun. It was like Bane had leveled up to the point where Tempest couldn't compete. The monstrous man didn't even try to respond. He just stood there, accepting her attacks as if to show her how badly she was outmatched. Tempest continued gamely, but she was like a canary dive-bombing a bear. She was unable to make an impression. Ty couldn't believe what was happening. The monstrous man was standing in his lounge. John Smith was still laughing on the couch, and Brad was cowering against the far wall. Ty desperately looked around for some way to help, but he wasn't strong enough or fast enough to be of any real use. And the only weapon he had had in the place had been as useless as a bag full of feathers. Except that his gun wasn't the only weapon he had in the place. There were the blasters and batons he'd taken from the mercenaries. Without further thought, Ty vaulted the counter that separated the lounge from the kitchen and reached for one of the blasters. but he was already too late.
My turn,
Bane grated. With that, he launched himself across the room with formidable speed and crashed into Tempest with all his power and strength. She couldn't stand her ground as he had done. His momentum was enough to carry her to the far wall. They hit with a mighty bang and crashed through. It was as if the wall wasn't even there, and both Tempest and Bane disappeared out of the side of the building. 15. Choices. Ty was aghast. It was almost surreal. He could hear Bane roaring with anger as he fell, and Tempest responding in kind. But where they had been standing just moments before, there was nothing. There was just a big hole in the wall. He walked through the lounge as if under a spell. Brad stayed where he was, huddled at the base of the wall. John Smith, still lying down on the sofa, watched Ty walk past and laughed. Ty stood right at the edge of the hole and looked down into the narrow street below. It was still early afternoon and full daylight, but he couldn't see Bane or Tempest anywhere. Yet he could hear them in the form of massive booming crashes and shouts of anger. The fall hadn't finished either of them. They were still fighting. Ty wanted to help, but there was little he could do. It would be like a hamster trying to fight a rhinoceros. Impossible. So he just stood there, afraid for Tempest's safety, but powerless to do anything about it. John Smith's laughter turned into a sneer. "If I were you, I'd be figuring out how to get that device off your wrist. Because mark my words, Crusher will be back as soon as he's finished with your girlfriend, and you won't like what he does when he gets here." Ty turned toward the man in raging anger. "What did you do?" he shouted. "How did that monster know to come here?" Still on the side with his hands bound behind him, the mercenary sneered at Ty. "I sent a signal. It was only a matter of time before he showed up." Ty had heard enough. Feeling a more intense rage than he had ever felt before, he rounded on the man and hit him hard in the face with his fist. The man flinched at the blow, and Ty drew back and hit him again. And again. And several more times, until the man's face was a bloody pulp, and Ty was huffing and panting. Then he hit him one more time, just because he wanted to, and the man was no longer laughing. That done, he turned to Brad. "Call the police," he said to Brad, who was still sitting against the wall with a dazed expression on his face. Yet at Ty's words, the gamer seemed to come back to himself. He nodded.
"What are you going to do?"
Brad asked. Ty was distraught. He had no idea what he even could do. "I don't know. Go down and find her." All he knew was that Tempest needed him, so he would do whatever he could. He took a blaster and the stun baton and stashed them under his clothes, as best he could, given how tightly they'd become. He intended to head down, find Tempest, and blast away at that monster she was fighting with everything he had. But before he could leave his apartment and put his plan into action, he heard Brad let out a gasp of surprise. He turned around. Tempest was there, looking more powerful than ever, floating in the air in the wreckage of the apartment like a goddess with energy crackling all around her, and much of her hair standing on end. It was as if Ty's heart had stopped. He stared in a combination of amazement and relief. He didn't quite believe what he was seeing. Tempest must have been even stronger than she looked. Bane had appeared to mean business. Ty didn't know how Tempest had survived. Yet she had. The proof was in front of him. And she was smiling as if she understood every thought going through Ty's head. Then, all of a sudden, Ty did believe it. All at once, a flood of emotions washed through him. It was like a tsunami of relief and joy, mixed with lingering anger at Bane. Without conscious thought, Ty crossed to Tempest and wrapped her up in an enormous hug. He couldn't believe how happy he was to see her again. nor could he believe how good she felt in his arms. He started murmuring words of comfort and stroking her hair, and it felt so natural that he didn't want to let go. Nor did it seem she wanted him to either. She drifted back to the floor, holding him just as tight and nuzzling his neck in a way he found delightful. There was more than just relief motivating him to hold her. It was something more urgent and basic than that. And it was contagious. I sensed a change in Tempest's intent as well. He kissed her in the middle of the wreckage that had been Ty's and Brad's apartment. Where things might have gone from there, Ty could have easily guessed. But before they could, they were interrupted.
"Geez, guys, get a room already,"
said Brad. Ty let out a laugh at the same time as Tempest, and they stepped apart. But there was an unspoken promise between them that they both understood. Ty took a moment to just admire her, to drink her in with his eyes. "Are you okay?" he said. She nodded. "A bruise or two, nothing more. They'll be gone in a few hours." A few hours? Ty understood then that Tempest's healing ability was enhanced as well. "What happened?" "We fought. Once outside, I didn't have to hold back, and Bane doesn't fly. I hoisted him up a couple of 100 feet into the air and drove him into the concrete to soften him up. Then I hit him a few times with a power pole. But something has changed. He's stronger than he was. It looks like he boosted his stats. I don't understand how, but even he couldn't withstand that sort of treatment. His durability is immense, but it isn't matched by his courage. He ran away." Tempest grinned. "But he'll be back," she added. Ty nodded. Bane would indeed be back. The villain still hadn't managed to get his overpowered hands on Ty's device, and that would be bad for anyone who happened to be there. "Brad, have you got somewhere you can stay?" Ty said. Brad still looked slightly awestruck. He thought about it.
Yeah, I can borrow a couch from one of my mates."
"Then do it. It's not going to be very safe here for a while." Brad looked at the hole in the wall.
"And there's that as well,"
he said. "Yeah, and there's that. How quickly can you go?" Brad sighed. The practicalities of the situation were bringing him back to himself. He heaved himself back up against the wall.
"Pretty quick, I guess. Just need my rig. What about you?"
Tempest answered for him. "He can stay with me," she said, grinning broadly. Ty looked at her, but she kept grinning. Then her grin faded. "Unless you don't want to?" she asked. He wanted to stay with Tempest more than anything else in the world. It wouldn't have mattered if she lived in a cave or right next to a sewer. But there was more than overwhelming, mind-numbing attraction to consider. And the part of Ty's brain that wasn't currently swimming with endorphins knew it. Tempest had asked him to join her team. Staying with her might not have been exactly the same as accepting that offer, but it certainly implied that he would. He chewed it over, thinking about everything Brad had said, and also thinking over his own reservations. "These guys are going to keep coming after me," he said. "Yes," Tempest replied. It was Ty's turn to sigh. "And my technological enhancement skill might be more useful than we originally thought." He nodded to himself. "Maybe it would be best if I stayed with you for a while." He thought Tempest would be delighted, but her expression was strangely uncertain. "Really? Is that the only reason you can think of to stay with me?" she said, sounding disappointed.
"Idiot,"
Brad muttered, just loud enough for Ty to hear. Oh, Ty replied. "No, that's not what I meant. Tempest, I would love to stay with you, for all sorts of reasons." He gave her his best grin, and she responded in kind.
Dude, you have really got to stop overthinking things, Brad said, and Ty privately agreed.
Good. I'm glad. The tone of her voice suggested relief combined with genuine happiness. Ty found himself staring at her for long moments, just enjoying the intoxication he experienced whenever she was near. Brad interrupted with a rude noise. Ty glanced in his direction and found his friend grinning at him.
You are one lucky bastard, he said.
Ty just grinned even more broadly. It was then that Gremlin appeared in the doorway to Ty's room. The cat sat primly and looked at them. "Meow," she said in a very disapproving voice. Ty burst out laughing. "Sorry, Furball. Did we disturb you?" Then he looked at Tempest. "Gremlin, meet Tempest. Do you have room for one more?" Tempest seemed happy with the idea. "Absolutely." It took half an hour for the police to show up. Ty used the time to pack a few belongings into his backpack, and Tempest washed away the dirt and smudges she'd gained from the fight with Bane. She also took the lead with the police. She explained what had happened and got it sorted in very short time. The three intruders were all on their way to regaining consciousness. The police replaced Ty's twisted metal coat hangers with real handcuffs and marched the mercenaries out of the apartment, leaving one of the officers to take Tempest's full statement. "And there was another one you should know about as well," Tempest said as she finished. "A big guy. You'd know him if you saw him. Imagine a rhinoceros in the form of a man, 8 feet tall, built like a tank. He's dangerous. Now, is there anything else you need? Because we should really get going." The remaining police officer, a younger guy who couldn't have more than a couple of months on the job, was obviously flustered by talking to Tempest. He shook his head. "No, we have your statement. If we need anything else, we'll get in touch." And that was it. The officer closed his notebook and left them alone in the ruined apartment. Ty looked at Brad. "Sorry about all this," he said.
"Don't worry about it," Brad replied. "Most exciting thing to happen around here in years. Of course, I'm homeless now because of you, but what can you do? At least you got to walk away with the girl."
His words were snarky and sarcastic, but then he grew serious.
"I understand what you mean now," he said. "There are downsides to what you're doing. It's dangerous. Just look after yourself, okay?"
Ty nodded. "Yeah, man, you too." With that, they were ready to go. As well as his now ill-fitting clothes and toothbrush, Ty had packed the weapons the mercenaries had brought in with them. He figured that they might come in handy at some point. Other than that and some cat food, the backpack was disturbingly empty. His life in a nutshell. Not much to it at all. Yet there was one more thing he should pack. "Furball," he called. "Come here." The cat didn't have a strong history of coming at Ty's call, but perhaps she sensed something different about today. She approached him with a hesitant, "Meow." "Good girl," Ty said. He scooped her up, popped her in the backpack on top of everything else, and zipped everything closed. Gremlin started purring immediately, and he knew she would be okay. He had carried her in the bag several times in the past. Then, figuring that it might be some time before he stepped foot in it again, he took one last look around his apartment. It wasn't much of an apartment, but he had had some good times here with Brad as his roommate. In a way, it was sad to leave it behind. Yet he had little choice. Bane was still out there. And something told him the three mercenaries the police had left with weren't the only ones in the villain's employ. He looked at Tempest and nodded. "I'm ready," he said. And that was all Tempest needed. She took Ty's backpack from him and carefully put it on. Then, in the middle of the lounge, Tempest once again picked Ty up. Together they rose into the air, and to Brad's look of amazement and envy, drifted out through the hole in the wall. Ty was flying through the air for the second time that day. He felt like he'd won the lottery, and as the cold air hit his face, he knew that his life had changed forever. He might not have powers to match Tempest, Zack, or Bane, but he'd made his choice. He was determined to do the best he could with what he had. 16. Sightseeing. Ty's second flight with Tempest was just as enjoyable as the first. He was beyond ecstatic, being held aloft by a woman who could have been straight out of mythology, who was as close to perfect as it was possible to get. To him, Tempest was a living angel, the embodiment of strength and beauty and grace all at once. Ty would have been content to relax in her arms for the rest of his life, even if they hadn't been flying through the air, held up by invisible strings. It was early afternoon. Unusual for New Lincoln, the skies were clear, and from so far up the city looked almost peaceful. Sure, there was a haze of smog that blurred the edges, and the sound of traffic and sirens still reached his ears, but he could no longer see the dirt and grime of the ground, and the stink of desperation and unhappiness could no longer reach him. Ty wondered if he could convince Tempest to just keep flying, to leave New Lincoln behind and just go. But even as he had the thought, he knew he would not. New Lincoln might be filled with too many people struggling to make ends meet, and dominated by the mega corporations that threatened regular folk as no more than cattle. But it was still his home. He knew it, understood it. Or at least he understood those parts that he was most familiar with. Maybe, he thought, if he could just look at it from this point of view every now and then, it would help. Even if Tempest didn't offer to fly him anywhere else, there was nothing to stop him from finding a tall building and wandering about on the roof. Perhaps he could work up some sort of tech that would allow him to fly without Tempest's help. "Are you enjoying the view?" Tempest said, her warm contralto voice purring in his ear. "I could get used to it," he said. He was beaming like a kid at a fair. Tempest laughed out loud. "Want to do a little sightseeing?" she asked. Surprised at the suggestion, Ty blurted out an answer before he even thought about it. "Absolutely!" he shouted into the wind. That was all the encouragement Tempest needed. With a burst of speed, she took off, heading to the mega corporation's buildings in the city center. They spent about an hour flying over the city, weaving between massive buildings, visiting places Ty hadn't even known existed, and generally having a look. It was an amazing, exhilarating way to see the city, and it gave Ty a different perspective. For him, New Lincoln had always seemed pretty grim, a place full of misery and difficult lives. But Tempest showed him parts that he had never seen before, filled with fine houses with pools and picturesque gardens, and where everything looked clean. Ty understood then that the city was made up of a variety of colors, and some of them were more enjoyable than others. Finally, Tempest brought him out of the city completely, to one of New Lincoln's lakes. She didn't stop there, but carried him some distance out over the water to an outcropping of rocks in the middle, and landed on top of the largest boulder. The boulder was wide and smooth and seemed to be the perfect picnic spot, and just like before, Tempest waited until Ty felt steady before letting him go. Ty suspected that few others had been there before. Maybe a kayaker or two, but not many beyond that. He turned in a slow circle, just admiring the view. On one side, the city crouched in its haze of smog, but the other sides were green and full of trees. It felt like they were all alone in the world, with a picturesque spot all to their very own. Tempest was watching Ty's expression. "This is one of my favorite spots," she said. "It's where I come when I want to be alone with my thoughts, when the real world gets to be too much." To Ty, it was spectacular. "It's amazing," he breathed. He could easily see why Tempest would want to come here. It was beautiful and private, and I thought it was incredible that she should share this place with him. He wondered what he had done in his life to deserve this, and then started to laugh. Brad, he thought to himself, was correct. He was one lucky bastard indeed. He continued to admire the view for some time, then turned to Tempest, who was looking at him with an unusual expression on her face. Do you like what you see? She asked. Very much so. It's wonderful. I could stay here forever. Tempest quirked a smile. Well, I don't think we'll take that long, she said. But maybe a good half an hour or so, absolutely. Ty looked at her, wondering what she could possibly mean. He was still puzzling it through when she reached for him and brought him down to her level. Then, just like that, she kissed him full on the lips. It wasn't a friendly peck, nor was it quick. It was a lingering, sensual kiss that clearly told Ty her intent. And this time Brad wasn't anywhere nearby. The gamer couldn't interrupt. After several seconds, Tempest pulled back and made a small noise of satisfaction. I've been looking forward to that forever, she said with a happy sigh. Now, are you going to stand there gaping, or are you going to help me out of these clothes? Ty realized that he was indeed gaping at her. He closed his mouth and gave her a grin. Are you sure about this? He asked. I told you the devices enhanced all sorts of things. I thought you understood. So, yes, absolutely, I'm sure. Aren't you? Ty had never felt anything like he was feeling right then. It was a desire so profound it made the small hairs on his body stand on end. It made him tingle all over as if he'd been exposed to a mild electric current. His whole world compressed until the only thing that he could see was Tempest, standing within his loose embrace, smiling at his hesitation. Yet desire wasn't the only thing to consider. Even though all he wanted to do was wrap his arms around her more tightly and crush her body to his, he stayed as he was. He swallowed. What if it's only the device that's leading us to this? He managed. Tempest's grin grew broader and took on a playful aspect. She traced the outline of his collarbone with her fingertip. Brad was right about you, she said. You really do have to stop overthinking things. Ty felt like his entire body was shaking. He could feel her press against him. Yet, even then, he couldn't just accept what was happening. He had to be sure. Probably, he said. But still. He willed himself not to respond to her touch any more than he already was. Still smiling, Tempest wrapped her arms casually around the back of his neck. Ty Wilcox, you are truly the cutest, most adorable man. She stood on tiptoes and gave him another quick kiss. Just a taste. Then continued. But please, no more hesitation. Remember, the device only enhances what is already there. I want this. You want this. I don't see a problem. And if it makes you feel any better, my device is part of me. Even if much of my desire for you comes from it, I'm more than happy with that. With that, she brought him down to her level and kissed him again. And for Ty, it felt like time stopped completely. So, Tempest said when she came up for air, have I managed to convince you yet? Or do you need more? Ty couldn't think anymore. All he knew was Tempest was the most spectacularly perfect woman ever created, and his body had been reacting to that perfection from the moment he met her. Surprisingly, he no longer felt like she was out of his league. He'd known her for less than a day, and yet that was enough. To him, she was just Tempest, perfection made flesh. And he was Ty, enhanced by the device on his wrist. And through a stunning cosmic piece of luck, she was as attracted to him as he was to her. He realized he hadn't answered her question. "I think I'm good," he managed. Tempest raised an eyebrow. "I'll be the judge of that." With that, she stepped away and shrugged out of Ty's backpack, placing it gently on the ground. "Meow," Gremlin offered from within, but Ty ignored her muffled comment. He didn't have any attention to spare. Tempest required it all. Smiling, looking him dead in the eye as if in some sort of challenge, she casually stripped off her top, revealing the perfection that had been hidden beneath. Ty's breath caught in his throat, and he could feel his heart beat much faster than usual. She was a work of impossible art formed by the greatest of artists, and he wanted to devour every creamy inch of her flesh. Nor had she finished. With all the grace and beauty of a dancer, she stepped out of the rest of her clothing and stood naked before him, with the device on her wrist being the only item she still wore. Then she turned around so that he could admire the rest of her from all sides. "Like what you see?" she asked a second time. This time, she wasn't talking about the view over the lake. Ty drank her in with his eyes. None of the few other women he had held in his memories could come close to matching Tempest in any way. If she had a flaw, he couldn't spot it. And he was doing his best to look. "Yes," Ty said. "Absolutely." With the way his brain was refusing to function, it was amazing he managed even that. Tempest smiled, obviously enjoying the effect she was having on him. "Then what are you waiting for? Your turn." Her words galvanized him into action. He wasn't anywhere near as graceful as her, but within very few seconds, he was as naked as she was. She looked him up and down. An earlier pre-device version of Ty might have felt self-conscious and tried to cover himself. But now, he stood with confidence on top of the boulder in the middle of the lake with the sun on his skin and just smiled under her inspection. Tempest gave a small nod of approval and, still smiling, closed the distance between them. The first touch of her skin was like a bolt of electricity that burned like fire. He embraced her again, and when they were caressing each other, kissing and exploring, his mind became filled with pleasure unlike any he had ever experienced before. Somewhere within the first few minutes, Tempest murmured a warning. "I can be a bit rough," she said. "Worth it," was all Ty could manage to say. And then, somehow, with no further discussion, they were lying together on top of the boulder. 17. Home. They spent the next hour and a half exploring and enjoying each other in a number of ways. Tempest was soft and strong and surprisingly agile, and Ty became entirely lost in her embrace. They moved together both slowly and fast, gently and rough, and at the end of it, they lay together. Tempest on top, both of them spent, and Ty at least completely drained and exhausted. "Thank you for this," Tempest sighed. "I was hoping to get a chance to have you all to myself," she said cryptically, her voice dreamy and relaxed. "Huh?" Ty asked. "You'll find out," she replied, but she didn't say anything more. Ty was too content and relaxed to follow it up. At the moment, he didn't care that his apartment had a massive hole in the side of it, that Bane was still after the device on his wrist. He hadn't even worried about Brad having to sleep on a friend's sofa, Gremlin meowing in disapproval from time to time in his knapsack, or anything else. Not even his job. his job for which he was already running late. It was the first time he had thought about work for hours, and with Tempest still on top of him, he lurched upright. She giggled and started to move against him. "I didn't think you would be up for round 2 quite yet," she said. "I'm not," he replied. Then, with Tempest moving against him, he realized he might not be telling the truth. He grinned at her. "Or at least I didn't think I was." Tempest laughed and kept going. "But right now I have to make a phone call. I'm late for work." At first it seemed as if Tempest might continue, just to try and distract him. But then she reached over to his trousers and plucked his phone from his pocket without disengaging. But she paused before handing it to him. "You're not thinking of going in, are you?" The uncomfortable realities of existence came crashing down on Ty all at once. Any interest he had in round 2 collapsed under their weight. His apartment was broken. He didn't yet know what that meant in terms of his lease. But even if it was effectively done, he still had other expenses, not the least of which was his loan repayments. He needed an income, which meant he still needed to work. "I kind of have to," Ty said with a sigh. Even though it was clear to both of them that round 2 was not going to happen, Tempest stayed where she was, but she shook her head. "No, you don't. The man we questioned said that he got your address from your work. Do you think Bain has given up trying to get your device? He could be at your work right now, waiting for you to arrive." The reality of Tempest's words hit Ty like a kick in the guts. He knew she was right, but for the moment didn't know what to do about it. Tempest came to the rescue with that as well. "Tell them you're sick. Get the day off." Ty nodded. It was the only real option. He glanced at his phone and was surprised to find that there was still reception even there. He lay back on the rock and dialed the number. When he got through to Angie, she sneered at him, called him names, and suggested he wasn't that keen on keeping his job if he was going to call in sick all the time. On another day, Ty might have gritted his teeth and said nothing. If he did, he might have raised his voice in anger, and that wouldn't have ended very well. But that was before the device, before being attacked in his own apartment, and before making love to Tempest on top of the boulder. "Look through your records," he said calmly. "I've worked for you for several years, and this is only the 3rd day I've ever taken off. And while you might think that people like me are a dime a dozen, there is no one who knows those machines like I do. Sure, others might be able to fix them when they crap out, but it'll take them 3 times as long." He did not mention that with the device on his wrist, he could probably do it within seconds and make improvements to the machine in the bargain. "Now, you can fire me if you wish, but either way, I'm not coming into work today. Besides, which would you rather have? One staff member off sick today, or several off sick tomorrow?" There was a surprised silence at the other end of the line, so Ty decided to push his luck. "I'll take that as approval. Hopefully I'll be able to make it in tomorrow." And with that, Ty rang off. He found Tempest grinning at him. "Who's the man?" she said, holding her fist out to him. He bumped it. "I guess I am," he replied. At the same time, Gremlin uttered a particularly loud meow that sounded like either agreement or denial from within Ty's backpack, and both of them laughed. Yet Ty knew it wasn't going to be that simple. He probably still had a job, but Angie the Hutt was what came up when you searched for vindictive online. Even now, she would be trying to think up jobs she could give him as punishment. Disgusting jobs. The type of thing that could give a man nightmares or make him throw up. Then Ty couldn't help but laugh again. That was pretty much his job description. Angie already gave him all the disgusting jobs in the place. There was little more she could do to hurt him. Tempest was looking at him with a restful, replete expression. Thank you for this, but I think we should probably head home. There's someone you need to meet, and we have work to do. We have to find this Bane, figure out where he's got his device, and find some way to put a stop to him. With that, she stood, and to Ty's immense disappointment, started climbing back into her clothes. Ty enjoyed the rest of the flight as much as he enjoyed his first. Only this time he was substantially more relaxed. He found himself wondering what it might take to create something that allowed him to fly under his own power. Even as he thought of it, his mind started to put the pieces together. He knew that Tempest did it by controlling different forces and energies, but were there other options available as well? Ty could use simple thrust if he could figure out a reliable option for power. Or he could manipulate gravity within his own sphere of influence. He could even create a set of mechanical wings to do the job. Perhaps a jetpack would be the easiest solution. All he needed was some time and a few spare parts. And the right tools for the job, of course. The power question was something that he could solve at any point. Yet, despite his relaxation, as they flew back into the city, he got the sense that they were rejoining reality. Their sightseeing trip to the Rock had been no more than an interlude, a short, pleasant break from the truths they still had to face. Bane was out there with his men, and that meant Ty wouldn't be safe as long as he had the device on his wrist. He'd once said to Tempest that he would take it off as soon as he could. Now, he was less willing to do so, even if he could figure out how. Not only was he enjoying his life for the first time in what felt like forever, but Ty was also starting to understand the value of his skill. So far, he'd done nothing more than build a stun gun, but the possibilities were enormous. He was already figuring out how to fly, but why stop there? He could build himself a shield powerful enough that Bane couldn't hurt him. He could also create weapons. Effectively, given sufficient time and resources, the only limit to what he could accomplish was his own imagination. There was another thing as well. The device was the key to Tempest's heart. Whether the attraction they felt for each other would continue if Ty somehow managed to lose the device, he couldn't know. All he knew was that it was something he was less and less inclined to risk. Nearly there, Tempest spoke in his ear. It was enough to break Ty out of his reverie. They had been flying for some time and had entered an old part of the city filled with brownstones. Ty didn't know what the suburb was called, but from his position above, he could see that the streets were wide, even, and lined with trees. To him, that suggested a wealth and sophistication, a gentrification that was far beyond his normal means. He wondered where they were in relationship to his apartment, and decided it didn't matter. There was nowhere in the city that Tempest couldn't get to more quickly than anyone. They slowed down and started to descend. But Ty was in for at least one more surprise that day. Instead of aiming for a brownstone, or even one of the houses nearby, Tempest was aiming instead for one of the larger buildings. It was an older style and looked to be in a state of disrepair, except for the penthouse, which looked like a Gothic mansion done in dark steel and glass. At first, Ty didn't quite believe they were heading there. Yet he could feel Tempest's suppressed excitement through her arms as she held him. He could sense that she wanted to surprise him, to show him something cool. And this mansion was it. Tempest dropped down outside the main doors to land on top of a bridge that spanned a large pond, complete with lily pads and bulrushes. Ty even thought he saw the colorful glint of a koi or two through the water. Tempest again held on to Ty until he caught his balance. As he had done at the top of the boulder, Ty looked around, scarcely believing his eyes. Then he looked at Tempest. Seriously? This is your home? The stunning woman just beamed at him, obviously pleased by this reaction. Wow. Just wow. 18. Dinah Lore. After a moment or two, Tempest gave him a nudge. Are you going to just stand there, or would you like to come in? Come in, absolutely. This place, it looks incredible. Yes. As they headed toward the main entrance, Ty couldn't help but ask, I thought you would live somewhere less conspicuous. Like in the comic books, superheroes have their hideouts in basements or caves. You know, somewhere hard to find. How do you keep villains from finding you? He really thought I would live in a cave? Tempest asked, teasing him. Ty grinned. Well, no, not exactly. She shrugged. Here's another question. Did you truly believe there were superheroes in New Lincoln before you met me? Ty looked at her. Not really, no. There were stories on the news nets, but... He trailed off. Exactly. Most people don't believe we exist. The stories and images on those news nets aren't conclusive. That's part of Dinah's skill. But the point is that there's no reason to hide if nobody's really looking for you. What about the people you've caught? The bad guys? Surely some of them would want to try to find you. Sure, but nobody knows who we are. There's no documents that links female superhero who can fly with this address. As well, this building has been undergoing refurbishments for the last couple of years. It's empty. Nobody can get to the penthouse floor except for us. She shrugged again and gave him a smile. Nobody's found us yet. Tempest finished with a grin. They had reached a large ornate set of glass doors that opened as they approached, admitting them to an entryway filled with dark woods and marble tiles that looked somehow baroque. There was even a huge chandelier hanging down from the double-height ceiling. Ty didn't know where to look first. He stopped just inside and turned a complete circle, just trying to take everything in. Dinah, we're here, Tempest bellowed. Dinah? Ty repeated. Tempest had mentioned the name a few times before, but hadn't really said much about her. Tempest flashed him a smile. She's awesome. You'll like her. She arched her eyebrows as she spoke, and Ty wondered exactly what she meant. He didn't have to wait long to find out. In just a few seconds, Dinah appeared from the right. Not for the first time that day, Ty found himself staring. Aside from maybe Tempest herself, Dinah was the most extraordinary woman Ty had ever seen. Just as stunning as Tempest, she was completely different in almost every way. Tall and dark-haired, the woman seemed to flow into the entryway with a liquid grace that not even Tempest could match. Where Tempest didn't have any obvious genetic mods, Dinah was one of the more heavily modified people Ty had ever seen. From the antlers growing from the top of her head to the hooves that replaced her feet. Her skin was darker than Tempest's and had a gentle mottling to it. You're a deerkin, Ty blurted. The woman smiled and nodded. She seemed completely serene, as if nothing could faze her, and as she approached, she appraised Ty openly and calmly. Ty's first impression was that she was the calm to Tempest's storm, the peace to Tempest's passion. Is this him? Dinah asked, her voice surprisingly soft and melodious. It was like butter melting on a Sunday roast, and Ty felt like he could listen to it forever. He couldn't help but experience the same sort of instinctive, undeniable attraction to her as he felt with Tempest. Yes, this is him. Ty, meet Dinah Lore. Ty could see Tempest's broad grin out of the corner of his eye. He had the suspicion that she knew very well how he was responding to the deerkin, but he couldn't do anything about it. Nor did Tempest seem displeased. Instead, there was a knowing aspect to her grin that suggested some sort of trial. Dinah was one of the first to wear a device. Her main skill is information control, which is incredibly useful to a team like ours. Dinah held out her hand and Ty took it automatically. Her skin was warm and soft, and at his first touch he felt a spark that brought to mind Tempest, as she had been earlier, naked on the boulder. It's a lower level than I would like, but I also have a secondary skill that I hope you enjoy, Dinah said, speaking to Ty directly. As she spoke, a tinge of color appeared on her cheeks, and I realized with some surprise that she was blushing. He wondered what her secondary skill might be, and his mind immediately went to a naughty place. At the same time, Tempest stifled a laugh. Dinah closed her eyes for a moment, yet she was still smiling. I knew you would think that, she said to Tempest, although she didn't seem very upset. I meant cooking, she clarified. Tempest was still grinning as if in response to a joke. Dinah made those waffles you demolished so quickly this morning, she said. Really? They were delicious. Thank you. I'm pleased you liked them. And on that topic, I know you will be curious to look around, but why don't we postpone the grand tour and eat first? I whipped up a few things I think you'll enjoy. Call it a late lunch if you like. And while we're eating, you can both fill me in on what has happened. Ty couldn't help but admire the easy way in which Dinah took complete control. With an elegance and poise that made him think of soaring eagles, the deerkin turned and flowed effortlessly away from the entryway, obviously expecting Ty and Tempest to follow. Yet, at first, Ty could do nothing but watch the fascinating woman depart. I told you you'd like her, Tempest said. Ty looked at the blonde woman. He didn't know what to say or even think. Belatedly, he realized that his reaction to Dinah might be inappropriate considering what had just happened between him and Tempest only a few minutes before. But he couldn't help it. Yet Tempest didn't seem to be upset at all. She was grinning more broadly than ever. Now you see why I wanted to have you all to myself for a while, before we came here. Dinah, there's something special about her. She's irresistible. So are you, Ty blurted. I have my moments, but Dinah is a whole new level of wow. As she said it, she tilted her perfect head to the side. I wonder why my father didn't include that in the device's display. Irresistibility. If he did, then Dinah's would be at like 120. Ty still didn't know what to say. Dinah was, as Tempest said, special. And yet, Tempest's acceptance of this, as well as her acceptance of Ty's reaction to it, was unexpected. He didn't understand her at all. Tempest flashed him another quick grin. Well, are you just going to stand there looking like you've been hit by a truck forever? Come on, let's get some food into you. You're going to need all the energy you can get with what I have planned for you later. And maybe the food will distract you from Dinah for long enough that she can't steal you away from me completely. 19. Feast. Ty wondered not for the first time over the past day or so if he had died and gone to heaven. Or perhaps he was in some sort of coma and was dreaming everything that had happened. Maybe Bane had caught him and damaged him to the point of death. Or maybe the device on his wrist had actually injected toxins into his bloodstream. He could think of no other reason why his life could change so dramatically for the better. The feast that Dinah prepared was the stuff of his wildest imagination. Ty's family had been a long way from wealthy when he was growing up. And when he was studying, things were tight. Even now, with his steady job, he couldn't afford to eat extravagantly. As well as alcohol, the Concubine Club served basic food, from pizzas and sandwiches through to steaks. And Ty was friendly enough with the cooks that they made sure to send some his way. Other than that, he would occasionally pay a street vendor for something barbecued on a stick, or a plate full of noodles if he was hungry enough. But even that was a rarity, Neither the club food or the street food qualified as fine dining, and it was sparse as well. Ty's thinness was as much a result of not eating as it was the result of natural inclination. The feast Dinah presented could have kept him content for a month. The beautiful deerkin placed a full turkey on the table, complete with stuffing of a sort that Ty had never had before, and rich, fruity sauce he couldn't even name. As well, there were potatoes, beans, and several other vegetables that Ty had heard of, but never tasted. There was a fancy bread with a dipping sauce, and every last thing was cooked to perfection. As a whole, every dish combined to give off a wonderfully blended aroma that made Ty think of warmth and comfort and the type of life he had never had. He was salivating even before he sat down. He gave the two women an incredulous look. Even the setting was remarkable, a formal dining room lined with rich paneled wood and a table that could have easily seated a dozen. "This looks incredible," he said. If this was how Tempest and Dinah lived, he couldn't help but wonder at the difference between their lives and his own. Nor was he the only one to experience that difference. Tempest had taken off Ty's backpack and let Gremlin out in the entryway. The cat was now busy inspecting every inch of her new surroundings and purring loudly. Yet she didn't stray out of Ty's sight. When Dinah caught sight of her, the deerkin woman clapped her hands together and said, "Aw, a kitten," even though Gremlin was a couple of years old, and immediately found a small dish that she filled with an assortment of meats. Only then had she turned to Ty. "Take a seat," she said. Ty needed no further encouragement and chose the seat closest to the end of the table without being at the head. The sheer quantity of food, the smells, and anticipated deliciousness were overwhelming. Ty hesitated, barely knowing where to begin. "Is something the matter?" Dinah asked. To Ty, she seemed to be the soul of hospitality brought to life, as if she was single-handedly running the finest restaurant in existence. Ty was quick to reassure her. "No, not at all. This is just too amazing." He looked at her and smiled. "I'm usually happy with a bowl of noodles. I've never seen food like this before." It was more than enough to bring a smile to the woman's lips. "Well, I hope you enjoy it." She and Tempest took their seats as well, with Tempest sitting opposite him and Dinah at the head of the table. Within moments, each of them had full plates in front of them. For a few minutes, there was no talking. Everybody just dug in and enjoyed the feast. To Ty, it was even better than it looked. It was almost sensual how good everything tasted. He savored every mouthful and couldn't help but murmur in true appreciation. At some point during the feast, Tempest started to tell Dinah what happened. She started with Ty's call and her first experience with his apartment, describing the mercenaries Ty had put down before she arrived, as well as his stun gun. Nor was that the only form of communication going on. Ty became aware that the two women were sharing intermittent, knowing looks with each other, sly smiles and glances that Ty couldn't easily interpret. Dinah seemed to be impressed. "You made a stun gun?" she asked, and Ty nodded. "Yes, he did," Tempest said, sounding very proud of him. Dinah looked at Ty with new respect. "Impressive? Will you be playing an active role in the team then, like Tempest and Zach?" The name of the dead hero caught in her throat, and Ty was reminded of how recently they had lost him. "I don't really know yet," Ty said. "At first, my stats didn't seem to support it, but I've been thinking my skill might be more useful than I originally thought." Tempest continued with the story, describing Bane's appearance, including his enhanced strength. "His name is Bane Fury. Do you think you could find out who he is and where he came from? And where he got his device?" Dinah nodded, appearing thoughtful. "I've already spoken to the others. As far as we know, the architect made only a couple of dozen devices to begin with, including his own. Of those, only the architect's is unaccounted for. Everyone else still has theirs.
Ty washed down a mouthful of potatoes with a swallow of juice that he couldn't name. You mean there were others before? He said to Tempest. You're saying that there are more than 20 people with devices like this?
Yes, in different cities around the world. Hotspots like New Lincoln, where there's lots of crime. We are the biggest group with 3 members. Most cities have just one of us, but several have 2. It can be a lonely experience for some of us. We were lucky.
Again, she shot Dinah a knowing glance. Ty was more than curious. What are their powers?
It varies. We have a shape changer, a mind reader, and Delph can flicker in and out of this plane of existence. Several of us are inhumanly strong or fast, and Kyla has this ability to alter her mass. A mix of physical and psychic abilities mostly, and some have more than one skill, like Zach and Dinah.
Dinah smiled warmly at both Ty and Tempest.
What she isn't telling you is that she won the lottery. Of all of us, she is the truest reflection of what a superhero should be. She is strong and fast, and packs a mighty punch, but she's also thoughtful, kind, and generous to a fault.
At these words, Tempest blushed and turned away, as if she wasn't completely comfortable with the compliment. Yet Dinah hadn't finished.
The only one of us who came close was Zach,
she said, and Ty couldn't mistake the sadness in her tone. I'm sorry, he said. For Zach, I mean. The deerkin gave Ty a warm smile.
Thank you. He was a good man. I miss him. I'm just glad his device landed in your hands, and not those of Bane or anyone else of that nature.
The way she said it implied a degree of affection that Ty found surprising, given that they had only just met. Yet it seemed natural, and it matched the immediate affinity he felt for her. More than that, Dinah's words, combined with something Tempest had said earlier, triggered a thought. The architect avoided giving devices to people like Bane, right? It was Tempest who answered.
Yes.
How exact were his methods? Did he ever get it wrong? Tempest smiled sadly.
Nobody knew tech like he did. He understood how it would interact with people more clearly than anyone else. But he was also a perfectionist. Even with all his tests, the risk of getting it wrong was too big. So he took genetic assays from the candidates and spliced them with the nanites in the system and modeled the results.
She shrugged.
Even then, it wasn't an exact science. He didn't predict the enhanced attraction that supers would feel toward each other. And while he predicted Dinah's gift for information, her skill with food came as a rather pleasant surprise.
Once more, the 2 women shared a private look.
But overall, it worked well enough. There were many candidates that he passed over because the risk of enhancing unfavorable characteristics was too high. Bullies, narcissists, some with minor flaws, but others with more major ones. Can you imagine what would happen if someone truly psychopathic was given the ability to control the minds of others? It would be a nightmare.
Tempest fell silent, but Dinah spoke in her place.
It seems that fewer men possess the combination of characteristics the architect was looking for. Most of those who wear the device are women. Zach was an exception. And the architect himself, of course. I don't know if Tempest said anything, but when you, a stranger who we knew nothing about, wound up with the device, we were both very worried.
Ty gave a rueful smile. So I gathered. He was no longer hungry in the slightest, but there was still food on the plate in front of him, and it was delicious. He cut another portion of turkey and loaded his fork. Are we assuming that Bane's device used to belong to the architect? He asked.
There doesn't seem to be an alternative,
Tempest responded, sounding a little glum. Ty could actually think of more than one.
Either someone else had come up with similar tech independently, or they had found the architect's device and copied it. Either option was as unappealing as the other, as it meant that Bane's device could be just the start, as could Bane himself be. Ty decided not to say anything about the possibilities he thought of, but he did have other questions. Someone found him. Your father, he said. So it would seem, Tempest replied, sounding resigned. Ty understood her reaction. Perhaps she held on to some form of hope that her father was still alive. That hope was gone now. The device only came off when the wearer was dead. I'm sorry, he said again. Tempest smiled. It's okay. We all knew the chances of him still being alive were slim. It's just, when he disappeared, we searched for him. If anyone could have found him, it would have been us. But there was nothing. We didn't know if he'd been killed or he simply walked away never to return. She sighed sadly. We still don't know, really. There was a silence for a while. Ty took another mouthful, chewed and swallowed. Despite the somber tone, Dinah's cooking was still delicious. What was his skill? Ty asked. Tempest's expression was wistful. It was more subtle than most of ours. He wasn't superhumanly strong or quick or anything like that. His skill was his mind. Pattern analysis, he called it. He could understand how everything was interlinked, how it was all connected. She smiled with fond memories. Even before the device, he was brilliant, but he just never seemed to fit anywhere. After, well, he became bitter. Bitter? Yes. His skill was a curse as well as a gift. He could solve problems before they even occurred. But not everyone wants the problem solved. It's like the light bulb manufacturers of old. There is no reason why a light bulb should burn out unless it's designed that way. Program senescence. Guaranteed for 1,000 hours, but designed not to last for 1,010. Solving the problem of a light bulb burning out would have meant less profit for the manufacturers. Ty understood where she was heading. The mega corporations of today are like the light bulb manufacturers of old, he said. Yes. As far as the mega corporations are concerned, we're nothing but customers, sources of income. It was a disheartening thought. Ty sought to lighten the tone. You were the architect's daughter, he said. What did he think of you wearing his device? Tempest responded with an echo of her usual smile. He wasn't happy at first, but he tested me the same as he tested everyone else. He saw my potential, and that was enough. When it came down to it, my father was a practical man. If there had been another candidate with better potential than me, that person would have received the device instead. Ty realized that he had put away a mountain of food. Perhaps it was a reflection of the changes his body had gone through. He chewed another mouthful and thought about everything he had heard. There was one more question he needed to ask. You said Bane seemed stronger the second time around, he said. Tempest nodded. Yeah. The first time I fought him, when Zack died, we were about equal. But at your apartment, he was stronger. I couldn't budge him. Yes, I held back a little for fear that we would damage your apartment, but even so, I was hitting him very hard. He should have felt it. But how is that even possible? Ty asked. Tempest shook her head. I don't know. Then she thought about it. The skills we have grow stronger over time. My stats are improving. The device is always refining things. Like your strength. What is it, 6? If you work at it, you will get stronger and much more quickly than normal. But not that much, and not that quickly. That was interesting. He's leveled up, Ty said. Yes, but I don't understand how. Ty hesitated. What if he has a skill like mine? He asked. What if he made improvements to the device, made it more effective, and enhanced his own capabilities in turn? Ty couldn't help but liken it to finding a cheat code of some kind. Tempest looked at him with an incredulous expression. He couldn't, she began, but then she changed gears. You can do that? She asked. Ty nodded. I don't see why not. I made the stun gun without even thinking, and the ideas I've been having since then are quite exciting. All I need is a few tools. All at once, the atmosphere at the table changed yet again. It had started out warm and almost flirty, with both the women exchanging curious but meaningful glances. Then it had grown a bit sad as the conversation turned to people Tempest and Dinah had lost. Then the talk of Bane had added an unsettled element. But now it had taken on a lighter tone. Tempest was back to grinning broadly, and so was Dinah. They glanced at each other again as if sharing a secret. Should you tell him, or should I? Dinah said. I will, Tempest said. Ty stared at her in confusion. He had no idea what was going on. Nor did Tempest seem to be in any hurry. She cocked her head to one side and bit her lower lip, but said nothing. Tell me what? Ty asked. Even then, Tempest took her time. By the time she actually started to speak, Dinah was trying to stop herself from laughing. What would you say if I told you, the gorgeous blonde started slowly, that this place belonged to my father? She asked. Ty still didn't get it. He looked from Tempest to Dinah, then back again. You are so mean, Dinah said. Just tell him already. Yet she was still laughing. Even then, Tempest wasn't going to be rushed. Among other things, my father was an engineer. Where do you think he worked on the devices? She asked. Ty thought he was starting to understand. Here? He asked. But he wasn't confident in his answer. Why should that cause such a reaction? Yes, here. He has a full workshop downstairs. The penny dropped. His full workshop? The architect's workshop? Yes. It was Ty's turn to be incredulous. He didn't know what might be in the architect's workshop, but his mind was conjuring images of Aladdin's cave, a place full of secrets and unexpected wonders. Did he keep records? He realized he was starting to salivate in a way that had nothing to do at all with either the food that remained in front of him or the company he was keeping. Tempest's smile grew even broader. She was giving him a gift, and she knew it. He kept copious notes in various books. None of us could make use of them before, and we didn't trust any outsider to look. But yes, the notes are still there. So, if you want to see what you can do with the device on your wrist, now's your chance. This day just got better and better. Ty was ready to check out the treasures of the architect's workshop right away, but Dinah stopped him. Dessert first, she said. That got Ty's attention. Dessert? What's for dessert? It was Dinah's turn to grin. Waffles with ice cream. Ty wasn't uncertain anymore. He knew it was true. He was dead and had gone straight to heaven. 20. Workshop. Ty felt that if he ate another thing, even something as thin as a wafer, he would risk exploding. For him, it was an unusual feeling. He normally ate out of no more than necessity, to give himself fuel to get through the day. But perhaps that was due to the type of food that was available to him. If he had grown up with food like this, he could easily have ended up fat. With his stomach straining against the fabric of his shirt, he pushed his empty plate away. Then he sat completely content for a moment and wondered how life could change so much in such a short time. Not that he truly expected this to be permanent. The stubborn part of his nature insisted that he had his own life. It might not have been a great life, but it was still his. Even if he was part of the team, staying with Tempest and Dinah was temporary, just until the problem of Bane had been solved. And maybe the hole in Ty's apartment wall had been fixed. The girls had also finished eating. They all stood and cleared the table, and as soon as that was done, Ty had to ask, "Where did you say the workshop was?" he said. Tempest could sense his enthusiasm. "I'll show you," she said. She turned to the deerkin. "Do you want to come too?" Dinah thought about it. "Maybe I'll leave you two to yourselves for a while. I'm going to see what I can find out about this Bane character." Then she smiled. "But just in case you start getting any ideas, I will be down at some point," she added, giving Ty a very obvious wink. Tempest just laughed, but Ty didn't quite know what to think. In a state of happy confusion, he followed Tempest out of the dining room and into the depths of the mansion. As soon as they were out of Dinah's hearing, Tempest paused and looked at him slyly. "So, what did you think?" she asked. "Everything is just fantastic," Ty responded. "No, silly. I mean Dinah. What did you think of Dinah?" Ty didn't know what Tempest wanted. He started. "She's amazing." "Of course she is. But what did you think?" Ty studied the blonde woman closely. Tempest was staring at him with a broad grin on her face. He didn't know exactly what she wanted from him, so he answered as honestly as he could. "She is without doubt one of the two most stunningly gorgeous women I've ever seen. If I hadn't already met you, I would think she was perfect." Tempest nodded, but she still wasn't satisfied. "Maybe I asked the wrong question. How does she make you feel?" It was like she hit him in the stomach. It wasn't a question he wanted to answer. All through the feast, even as Ty enjoyed the best meal of his life, he had feared it was all too obvious how he was responding to Dinah. He had tried very hard not to stare at her as he ate, but the reality was that he hadn't succeeded. Even when the conversation veered more toward Tempest, Ty found himself studying the deerkin's wonderful poise, or the way the light played on her olive skin. He'd even caught himself watching her breathe. To him, Dinah really was extraordinary, just like Tempest herself. Tempest had the looks of a movie star. She was without doubt the sexiest person Ty had ever met. But Dinah was elfin, pixie-like. She was a forest goddess brought to life. He was enamored with both of them and couldn't deny it. He uttered a sigh. "The same as you," he said. "Ha! I knew it," Tempest nearly shouted. Ty wondered briefly what it would be like to be on the wrong end of the woman's wrath. Would he even survive? But it soon became apparent that Tempest wasn't angry at all. Her shout had been one of victory more than anything else. "You don't mind?" Ty asked. "Of course not. Why would I mind?" Tempest asked. Was all Ty could say. Tempest reached up and ran her finger down Ty's cheek, just caressing him gently. "You've still got so much to learn," she said cryptically. Then, before he could ask what she meant, she turned away. "Come along. Or are you no longer interested in the workshop at all?" Ty's head was buzzing. He didn't know what to think or even which way to look. In the end, he had no other choice than to follow Tempest through the mansion and wonder what had just happened. Eventually, they came to a small room that looked more like a storeroom than anything else. It was cluttered with cardboard boxes, stacks of old books, and several kitchen appliances that had seen better days. Ty hesitated at the entrance. He was still confused by their previous conversation and wasn't sure why she had led him there. It didn't look like a workshop to him. He began, but Tempest waved at him. Come on, she said. With that, she reached for the table in the middle and lifted one edge, tipping it over onto its side. Part of the floor, complete with the rug the table was standing on, opened up as she did. The table was hiding a trap door. Cool, Ty said. Yes, and practical too. My father wanted to keep his workshop hidden. With that, she led Ty down a narrow staircase that led to a wide open space with a central work desk and neat cabinets lining the walls. Ty had spent a surprising amount of the day simply standing in place and staring. He found himself doing the same thing all over again, yet he couldn't help it. So much of what he had seen had been, to him, astonishing. This was no different. For some reason, he had expected a darkened room cluttered with tools and unfinished gadgets, complete with the smell of wood and sawdust on the floor. A mixture between the janitor's closet at the Concubine Club and the student's workshop he had spent some time in while working on his degree, the private refuge of tinkers the world over. Instead, it was almost the complete opposite. Clean and bright, it was a wide open space with a central work desk, complete with a couple of stools to sit on and neat cabinets lining the walls. It was like an art gallery, or maybe a museum. Even from the stairs, Ty could see that those cabinets held wonders. Cybernetics mostly. Hands made from polycarbonate steel, splayed open to show all the different parts. Legs and shoulders. Even internal organs, including hearts and lungs. Ty couldn't help himself. He walked around slowly, admiring everything. Tempest walked with him but didn't speak. It was as if she understood his fascination and was giving him time to absorb it all. When they reached the last case, Ty paused. It showed something at least as interesting as the rest put together. It was a device like the one on his wrist, but deconstructed and displayed like an anatomy lesson. Ty stood in front of it for quite some time and just studied it as closely as he could. Father's specialty was giving people back the things they had lost. These are all his work, Tempest said. They're stunning, Ty replied. The workmanship required to create things like this were amazing. Even with his newfound skill, Ty wasn't sure if he could replicate it. Yet, even though he had been studying the architect's work for only a few seconds, he already had a few ideas he wanted to try. This was going to be fun. He was looking at Tempest with eager excitement. In turn, she seemed to enjoy his keenness. You said there were notes? Ty said. Tempest nodded. Yes, there in that file cabinet. Ty didn't need to be told twice. In an instant, the cabinet was open and he was thumbing through an alphabetized catalog of information. It was neat and orderly, and Ty quickly began to suspect that the knowledge contained within was greater than that in most libraries. Nor was it just the items that were on display that were documented. Ty flicked past headings that detailed all manner of bodily enhancements, including the genetic tweaking required to create the sort of deer characteristics that Dinah sported. And other things, not related at all, one of which caught his attention immediately. It was a design for a battery of some sort. A power supply that a single glance told Ty might well be the answer to some of his questions. Wow, Ty breathed. There's a lifetime of stuff in here. Yes, Tempest said, but sadly. I suspect he made the device in part to try to boost his own productivity. Maybe he thought it would enhance the technology side of who he was. Kind of like what it has done for you. But it didn't. Or maybe it did, but not in the way he hoped for. He just wanted to help people. Ty nodded. He had always been interested in technology, but had never been quite so excited as he was now. To him, this was nothing short of a gift from the gods, a cornucopia of ideas and thoughts so imaginative and wild that they were transformative in nature. It was like everything Ty might have ever dreamed of was sitting here, locked away in this room. And he had the key to it all. Nor were the display items in the file cabinet full of wonders the best of it. Ty quickly pulled the documentation for the device and turned his attention to the central work desk. At first glance, it was just a large flat working surface with two pieces of equipment bolted to it, one at each end. One of those pieces of equipment was no more than a display panel, elegantly designed and not out of place in a workshop at all. The other was a monstrosity full of mechanical arms and latent ability. To anyone not schooled in cybernetics or tech manufacturing, the identity of these items might have remained a mystery. But Ty knew what they were even though he had seen their like only once before. He beamed at Tempest. He was like a kid in a candy store and couldn't have been happier. The display panel was the access point to the holographic imager, and the monstrosity was a full fabricator. The university where he'd studied had a rudimentary model of each. He had seen how they worked and knew that each on their own could cut down the time taken to design or upgrade a product by a considerable margin. A label on each proclaimed these to be manufactured by Stark Industrial, which meant they were top of the line. Acting together, Ty could create something the world had never seen before within a couple of hours. He walked up to the fabricator just so he could touch it, to convince himself it was real. "It's nearly new," Tempest said, watching him. "My father got it just before he disappeared, and never really had a chance to use it." Ty just stared. "This is going to be fun," he said. Tempest grinned in amusement at Ty's enthusiasm. She perched on one of the stools and said, "Mind if I watch?" 21. A second enhancement. Ty had never been particularly intuitive as an engineer. Always before, he had needed to think very carefully to figure out how a gadget did what it did. When he started at the Concubine Club, the constant distractions had made fixing the machines difficult to begin with. Now it was easier. His new skill allowed him to instinctually grasp how things worked. And with the architect's documentation, it was like a new world had opened up in front of him. It only took a few minutes for him to absorb enough of the documentation that he was confident in what he was doing. If he wanted to, he could have taken the device off his wrist even though Tempest had said it was impossible. The architect's documentation didn't exactly provide instructions, but with the detail it did provide, it was easy to figure out. But he no longer wanted to. Not only was he starting to appreciate the benefits the device could bring, but he knew that the first week or so of wearing it was critical. The device was still analyzing his genetic code and how best to enhance it. Over the next few days, the enhancements that had been made would become more settled. Instead, he wanted to make it better at doing what it already did. He wondered what he might be able to do if it worked. But his own device was secondary. Tempest was of far greater importance. Ty wanted to make sure that if she had to face Bane again, she would be at her best. Of course, if he was able to help her in some way as well, even better. Ty looked at Tempest. He was feeling confident and capable, and having her there to watch was just what he wanted. So far, he had seen what she was able to do with her strength and skills. Now it was time to show her what he could do. "Shall we get to it?" he suggested. She responded with a suggestive smirk. "What if Dinah comes in?" she said. Ty grinned. Tempest's close presence, her delicate perfume, and the obvious attraction she had for him were more than enough to send his autonomic nervous responses into high gear. He was very aware of his own skin. It was as if there was a light electric current playing all over him, and part of him wanted to ignore everything else and revisit the games they had started on top of the boulder. Nor did she seem unaware of his desire. She was open and willing despite Dinah's warning. But this was important. "That isn't what I meant," he said. "How disappointing." Ty paused just to look at her. Despite his best intentions, he might have given in to his desire anyway. But it was Tempest who held back. "The device," she said, reminding him. "Huh? Oh, right. Yes." He drew a deep breath. "Let's see what we can do with your father's tools." With that, he moved to the holographic imager and touched the on button. In moments, the screen lit up, giving him a bunch of options. Ty knew that the screen was only part of the machine. There would be sensors and projectors all around the workshop, most likely focused on the workbench. He held his arm out and rolled back his sleeve so that the device was visible from all angles and tried a voice command. "Scan." Seconds later, a metallic voice responded, "Scan complete." Ty couldn't help but smile. This was going to be amazing. "Replicate," he said. And just like that, a holographic image of a device appeared over top of the real one on Ty's arm. Ty took half a step back. "Explode image," he said. All at once, the holographic device broke apart into 1,000 pieces or more. It was like the deconstructed device within the display cabinet, but spread out over a larger area. Even the circuit boards had been exploded, so that every coupler, switch, transistor, and amplifier covered over the workbench with everything else. Most were too small to see clearly. "Zoom and label," Ty said. It worked. Now Ty could see everything. The hologram looked like a miniature city, complete with roads and buildings that were actually crystal processors or memory stacks. The labels floated above all the pieces, from the CPU through to the nanite repository, and each piece looked like it was begging him to play with it. He stared at it all in a state of mixed awe and excitement. Nor was he the only one impressed. Tempest was openly fascinated. "Cool," she said. Ty let out a spontaneous laugh. Already he could see options for improving the device's effectiveness. It would be complex, but not impossible, and the holographic imager would certainly help. And it could get even better. "Display power and efficiency schematics," Ty said. And as well as the deconstructed device, the imager displayed a screen full of charts. It was like an attribute list for the device itself, complete with every stat he could ask for. "Better and better," Ty murmured. He could now see at a glance what impact his changes might make. But even that wasn't the end of it. There was still one more thing to try. He reached out and touched one of the transistors. He couldn't feel it, but the imager knew what he was doing and highlighted the item. Just to see if he could do it, he mimed plucking the transistor out of its housing, and the hologram followed suit. Ty almost crowed with delight. To him, this was like a toy shop built just for him. "This is incredible," he said, and without waiting for Tempest to respond, he got to work, manipulating the image with improvement in mind. Without the imager, he would have had to do the work directly on his device, and that might not have been fun. But as it was, he was having the time of his life. It was almost too easy. He didn't even have to walk around the workbench to access the parts he needed to adjust. He just told the imager to rotate. As he worked, he found himself thinking about the way that Tempest and Dinah had been interacting at lunch. He altered a pathway within the hologram and said, "I was wondering about something." "Really?" Tempest replied archly. "Just one thing." She had a point, but Ty refused to be distracted. "For now. It's about the attraction enhancement thing. I was just wondering how far that extends. I mean, Bane wears a device, yet you said he makes your skin crawl.
Tempest nodded.
I don't know how it works exactly, but it's not the same with everyone. And Bane is the first of us who has malignant tendencies. He's a villain, whereas the rest of us are predisposed to be heroes. Instead of desire, from the moment I first saw Bane, I felt nothing but hate and fear. It was like he was antithetical to everything I am. She grinned. Just like we are complementary. It's like you and I are waffles and ice cream. As for Bane, if I'm the waffles, then he would be, I don't know, a puddle of vomit. Not something that goes together at all. Kind of disgusting to think about.
Ty nodded as he worked. The part of the device that analyzed genetics seemed to do a good job, but there was something slightly off about how it translated intent into reality. It wasn't a huge translation error, but Ty was sure that he could improve it. Carefully, he gave a module a small tweak and glanced at the stat screen. It made an immediate difference. The overall effectiveness of the device increased by more than 17%. Satisfied, Ty pushed that part aside and started digging into the nanite production sequence instead.
Yeah, Ty said. I think I know what you mean. I caught some of that myself when Bane turned up at my apartment. It was like a shiver that ran through me, like he radiated evil. Exactly. Maybe it has something to do with our alignment. I'm neutral good, the same as you. I don't know if I would be attracted to anyone different.
Ty was working his way through yet another section of the device.
What about you and Dinah? He asked as nonchalantly as possible.
Tempest actually blushed.
Yet she didn't back away and responded with a very broad grin. What about us? She asked, challenging him. Only a day ago, Ty might have backed away from that challenge. But today, he was different. He wasn't about to back down. You know what I mean, he said. Maybe I don't. Tell me. Ty laughed. Does our enhancement attraction work between members of the same gender? Tempest cocked her head to the side. And how would you react if it did? Ty thought about it. He had experienced a moment of jealousy when he thought that Zach had been Tempest's lover. But for some reason, Dinah was different. He could hold the image of them together in his mind without any jealousy at all. In fact, there was a considerable positive feeling about it. Just curious more than anything else, Ty said. Tempest's expression became very naughty. I bet you are, she said. Ty just grinned. And to answer your question, yes, the attraction exists between us as well, and the others. But it isn't the same with everyone. I feel a stronger connection with you than with anyone else. Surprisingly, Tempest looked away at the last. It was as if she hadn't intended to reveal quite so much. Me too, he said, and that was enough. Tempest reached for him and kissed him noisily on the side of his face. Ty grinned and returned to his work. As he did, he wondered what it all meant. Did he have to share Tempest with Dinah? What about the others who wore the architect's devices? If so, did he even mind? Then there was his attraction for Dinah as well. Sure, they had only met once, but that was all it had taken with Tempest as well. It had only been Ty's own sense of propriety that had kept him from doing anything about it right away. And what had Tempest said on top of the boulder? Something about wanting him all to herself just for that moment? What did she have in mind when she said that? Technology, Ty decided, was much simpler. He had tweaked the holographic image about as much as he felt comfortable with at this stage. Once again, he checked the power and efficiency schematics and saw that his changes should improve the device's performance by about 25%, with no additional risk of failure. "Shall we see if this works?" he asked. Tempest nodded, her eyes bright with excitement. Ty's heart was pounding as he moved to the fabricator. Such a machine could make literally anything if the raw materials were available. With it, he could craft a microscopic circuit board or a full-size jet plane, as long as he had the plans. Upgrading the device should be a piece of cake. He turned it on and listened to the electronic whir and hum as the fabricator woke up. "Transfer update specifications to the fabricator," Ty said. "Transfer complete," came the same electronic voice as before. Ty held out his arm in front of the machine and gave Tempest a nervous smile. "No time like the present," he said. Then, "Stabilize." As soon as he said this, two of the fabricator's arms reached out and gripped Ty's forearm in a cold steel embrace. "Modification mode," he said. Then he drew a deep breath to steady himself. "Implement changes." A dozen electronic arms started moving all at once. In a shorter time than Ty would have believed possible, the device's outer casting was off and the fabricator was working within. There was nothing for Ty to do now other than wait and hope for the best. He found himself gritting his teeth and tried to relax, but it wasn't easy. He knew that if he made a mistake, if the holographic imager hadn't modeled the outcome correctly, he could be in trouble. It took no more than a couple of minutes, and then it was done. The fabricator grew quiet. "Release," Ty said, and the machine let him go. 22. Upgrades for all. When Ty had first enclosed the device around his wrist, it felt like a lightning bolt shooting through him. This time it was quite different. At first, there was nothing. Then, his wrist beneath the device grew warm. The warmth spread over his arm and into his body. It was electric, like a version of the lightning that had happened before but less potent. Yet, it still was powerful enough to make Ty clench his teeth. "Ty," Tempest asked, sounding worried, "are you okay?" Ty nodded. Fortunately, he didn't feel the same nausea as he did before, but his breathing was fast and his heart was pounding in his ears. He had to grab hold of the workbench for support, as the sensation of warmth flooded his system. "I'm okay," Ty said, partially to reassure himself, but also to reassure Tempest as well. And he was fine. Better than fine. Ty could literally feel his body becoming even stronger than before. It was exhilarating. The feeling lasted for some seconds before his heartbeat returned to normal and his breathing slowed. When it did, he stood straight and let go of the bench. "See? I told you I'd be okay." "Yes, but you had me worried there for a moment." Ty nodded. He had been worried for a moment as well. "Let's see what it did," he said. With that, Ty used the device to call up his profile for the second time. General. Name. Input required. Modifications. None. Unique skill. Technological enhancement. Alignment. Neutral good. Baseline. Strength. 4. Durability. 3. Healing. 5. Stamina. 4. Agility. 4. Intelligence. 7. Wisdom. 5. Skill. Not available. Post enhancement. Strength. 7. Durability. 6. Healing. 7. Stamina. 6. Agility. 7. Intelligence. 8. Wisdom. 6. Skill. 3. Ty focused mostly on the post-enhancement stats as the baseline ones were the same as before. The first thing he noted was that his skill level had increased, which was fantastic. If he had been able to build the stun gun and enhance the device before, he couldn't help but wonder what he could do now. His other attributes had also improved, with several of them being nearly twice what he originally started with. And he could feel it as well. His clothes had been on the tight side before, but now they were uncomfortable. It was as if he'd grown another size or two in an instant. Tempest looked at him with suppressed excitement. "That's amazing," she said. Then she grinned at him. "But don't you think you better enter your name? Or are you still undecided about whether or not you want to keep your device?" Ty gave a short laugh in return. She had understood his motivation perfectly. Within moments, he corrected the omission and showed it to her. Name, Ty Wilcox. It was just his name, and yet the gesture felt oddly symbolic. It was as if his role in the team was somehow official now, where it hadn't been before. "Better?" he asked. "Much. Now, would you like to do that to mine?" Ty smiled. "Of course." The holographic imager made it easy. Ty simply scanned Tempest's device to make sure that it was the same as his own and called up the earlier changes he had made. Then he superimposed them on the image of Tempest's device and checked the readouts. There were no discrepancies, so Ty held her arm out beneath the fabricator just as Ty had done. "Are you ready?" he asked. "More ready than you were," she said, grinning broadly. "Really?" "Just hit the go button already." Ty didn't need to be told twice. He did as Tempest asked, and within a few minutes her upgrade was complete as well. He had to admit she handled it better than he did, but then she was more durable. "Shall we see what it did?" Ty asked. Immediately, Tempest called up her profile. General. Name, Tempest Flare. Modifications, none. Unique skill, energy manipulation. Alignment, neutral good. Baseline, strength, 6. Durability, 5. Healing, 5. Stamina, 6. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 6. Wisdom, 5. Skill, not available. Post enhancement. Strength, 16 plus 5. Durability, 15 plus 5. Healing, 14 plus 2. Stamina, 9 plus 8. Agility, 8 plus 4. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 6. Skill, 5. Ty's first thought was that compared to his, her stats were amazing. Even before her enhancement, there was nothing wrong with her physically. Afterward, well, he'd already known she was strong, but every one of her other physical attributes was seriously impressive. "Holy shit," he said. Then, what are the numbers in the brackets?" "I told you. My skill gives me a boost, remember?" Ty remembered. "Energy manipulation," he said. "Does that mean you can channel it? Like in a Kamehameha wave?" Surprisingly, Tempest knew what he meant. "No, nothing like that. It's more internal. It's good for boosting my attributes, but so far, not much else." "Still, it's very impressive." Then, "So, did it work?" "The upgrade, did it work?" "Oh, yes. It's given me an extra point or two across the board. So, thank you." Ty smiled. "My pleasure." "No, that comes later," Tempest purred. She looked him up and down with obvious intent. "Or, if you like, that could come now." Perhaps it was the upgrade Ty had given them both, but the attraction he felt for Tempest was stronger than ever. Without even realizing what he was doing, he pulled her close and started kissing her on her neck, at the same time as his hands wandered down to her perfect behind. She responded in kind. and things might have developed in interesting and wonderful directions if someone hadn't chosen that moment to clear her throat. "Didn't I tell you two that I'd be down soon?" Dinah said, her expression full of playful amusement. Tempest laughed and broke away from Ty's grasp. "Dinah, your timing is perfect," she said, although Ty privately disagreed. "Let's get you an upgrade as well." Dinah's perfectly formed eyebrows rose in surprise. "Upgrade?" She glanced at Ty and Tempest's devices. "You mean you've already made improvements?" "He sure has," Tempest said before Ty could speak. "Boosted my stats almost across the board." Dinah gave Ty a warm smile. "I am impressed," she said. "I came down to let you know that I found out some information about Bane and to ask if you were hungry. And here's you, already making a difference." She glanced at Tempest. "I think we should keep this one." At the mention of food, Ty realized he was famished again. The additional changes his body had gone through meant that he was metabolizing everything he could, like crazy. Yet that wasn't his only reaction to Dinah's arrival. Ty couldn't help himself. Just like before, he was captivated by her. She was calm and elegant in a way that few people seemed to be, and her deer-like modifications were so natural that I couldn't imagine her any other way. Would you like me to do the same for you?" Ty asked, trying to break himself away from staring at her. Surprisingly, she didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked at him quizzically, then walked up and placed a hand on his chest. "Are you taller than you were before?" she asked. The touch of her hand was electrifying. She felt warm and somehow magnetic even through his shirt. Ty almost flinched at the contact, and Tempest snickered beside him. "I don't think so," he managed. Then he thought about it. "Maybe? My clothes are tighter." Dinah stayed where she was and looked at him closely. He caught her delicate scent and thought about forest flowers in the spring. "You're bigger," she said, then colored again. She shot another glance at Tempest and said preemptively, "That's not what I meant." Tempest sniggered openly, and Dinah took a graceful step back. Ty realized that his heart was pounding again and that there was sweat starting to gather in the small of his back. He'd never known any woman to have this effect on him before, and now there were two of them. "What if it doesn't work? What if something goes wrong?" Dinah asked. It took Ty a moment to understand that she was answering his question. "Nothing has gone wrong with either of us, and with the architect's documentation, I can reverse any changes I make." "Are you sure?" She wasn't doubting him, just getting the information she needed, which was, after all, her talent. "Absolutely," Ty replied. "Okay, I'm convinced," said Dinah. "Enhance me." Ty grinned. "Show me your device," he said. As he had done with Tempest and his own before her, Ty commanded the imager to scan Dinah's device. This time, he found a couple of discrepancies between the holographic representations, but they were minor and required no more than a moment to sort out. Then they were ready. Just like with Tempest, he asked Dinah to hold her arm out beneath the fabricator and held it in place. But Dinah wasn't Tempest. When the cold steel of the fabricator claws wrapped around her arm, she grew noticeably anxious. "Will it hurt?" she asked. "No," Ty replied. Then he thought about it. "It's like when you first put the device on, but not as severe. I had to hold on to the work desk for a while, but Tempest didn't bat an eyelid." Dinah smiled ruefully. "Tempest is Tempest," she said. "It'll be fine," said the woman in question. Without being asked, she came up beside Dinah and put an arm around her for comfort. Surprisingly, the deerkin looked to Ty for support as well, holding her free hand out to him. He took it without thinking. Again, her touch was electric. It made his skin buzz. He drew a quick breath that Dinah noticed but seemed perfectly happy about. In fact, it seemed that she welcomed it, that Ty's reaction gave her comfort. Nor did Tempest voice any complaints. Ty found himself wondering how his presence within their group might work out. He didn't want to get in between Tempest and Dinah, nor did he want to jeopardize whatever he had with the blonde woman. Yet the attraction he felt for Dinah was equally undeniable. He decided it was all too complex to sort out right at that moment. "Are you ready?" he asked. With a mixture of hesitation and eagerness, Dinah nodded. "Then here we go." For the third time, Ty gave the command, "Implement changes." Just like before, the fabricator worked its magic. Within a couple of minutes, the changes were made and Dinah's arm was able to be released. But Dinah was more susceptible to the discomfort than either Ty or Tempest. As the changes started to take an impact, the deerkin screwed up her face in distress and started to crumple. Both Ty and Tempest did what they could to support her, one on each side. "Easy," Ty said. "We're nearly there. A couple more moments." "I thought you said it wouldn't hurt," Dinah said, her teeth clenched. She was breathing hard and shaking a little. Ty was still fumbling for an answer when the deerkin started to relax and straightened again. "Are you okay?" Ty asked. She took a moment to breathe deeply, then, her poise recovered, she gave him a smile. "Yes. Actually, I feel pretty good. Stronger, maybe." Then her smile broadened. "Let's see what has changed." And she brought up her profile. General. Name, Dinah Lore. Modifications, full deerkin. Unique skill, information management. Secondary unique skill, culinary intuition. Alignment, neutral good. Baseline, strength, 4. Durability, 3. Healing, 4. Stamina, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Wisdom, 6. Skill, not available. Post enhancement. Strength, 6. Durability, 5. Healing, 6. Stamina, 5. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 8. Wisdom, 8. Skill, 4. Secondary skill, 4. Ty was somewhat relieved to see that her stats were not wildly different from his own. It would have been intimidating if they had been similar to Tempest, and he was the only one of them to fall within a more normal range. "Did it work?" Ty asked. "Yes, thank you," Dinah said. "I am stronger, and my skills have both improved. That's fantastic." She turned to Ty and gave him a spontaneous hug. "Thank you," she said again. But she didn't give him any time to hug her back. She quickly disengaged and changed the topic entirely. "I'm starving. Anyone else want food?" Surprisingly, the first one to respond was Gremlin. The cat had found her way into the workshop and sat herself down at the bottom of the stairs. "Meow," she said. I couldn't tell if she was saying that she was hungry or if she was scolding them for leaving her alone upstairs. 23. Plans. Somehow Dinah managed to conjure up a stunning feast around a centerpiece of salmon, with multiple salads and side dishes that served to enhance the fish, bringing out its smoky flavor. This feast started off more relaxed than the last, with the conversation playful and light. By unspoken agreement, they largely avoided talking about Bane and the architect, and focused more on each other. Kai learned that Dinah had grown up in the same suburb as he had, although he doubted they had ever met. Like many of those the architect had chosen to wear his devices, She had been orphaned early. It made it easier, Tempest explained, because they pretty much had to keep their identity secret. Again, this reflected what Ty had read in the comics. Not many of the heroes within those pages had large family ties, and those who did tended to be at odds with them. It was interesting how real life seemed to mirror the fictional worlds. Ty mentioned that he did have a family, but that they were separated by geography and age. He wasn't exactly distant from his mother and remaining sister, but he wasn't really close to them either. Yet it was something to worry about. Bane and his mercenaries already knew who he was. It wasn't a great stretch of the imagination to think that the monstrous man might target his family to force Ty to give up his device. At the thought, Ty started to excuse himself from the table so he could make a call, but Dinah stopped him. "Your family is safe," the deerkin said. "It was one of the things I did while you were working. Your family is no longer connected to you in any way that can be traced. Bane will have no reason to go after them." "Thank you," he said. It was all he could say. Dinah's quiet thoughtfulness was as appealing as Tempest's boldness, and she seemed to enjoy his appreciation. "It's something I've done for my foster family as well as for those of us who still have people we care about." "How does it work?" Ty asked. "Your ability, I mean." Dinah smiled. "Well, I just pick the food I want to eat and make it taste as nice as I can," she said. "No," Ty said. "I mean—" At this, Dinah started to laugh, and Ty realized she was teasing him. He smiled and waited, and Dinah soon relented. "You were asking about my other skill, information management?" "Yes." The deerkin shrugged a little. "I've always been nosy, able to find things out. I guess I'm just better at it now than I was. It's kind of instinctual. I can sense where to look and how to bypass firewalls and other online security. It's like I can sniff out weakness, and when I do, it's like I just know what I'll need to lever them open. I can either find the right Trojan horse or Hydra, or I can make my own." Ty was fascinated. In a way, it reminded him of what Tempest had said of the architect, but it was different as well. Opposite sides of the same coin, perhaps. Dinah's ability was that she could hone in on something that was already there, whereas the architect could see how it was all connected. "I can do the same thing with people as well," Dinah continued. "I just seem to know the right thing to say to unlock their secrets." Ty couldn't help but wonder which of his own secrets she might want to unlock, or how she might go about it. After they had eaten, the three of them and Gremlin all moved into a room that looked to Ty like a small lounge or den. It had a number of sofas and an artificial fire that Ty had to stare at for some moments before he realized it wasn't real. The floor was covered in rugs, and the walls were lined with bookshelves. Gremlin immediately began exploring every new and interesting thing she could see, sniff, or rub herself against. To Ty, the room felt warm and snug, like the comfortable overcoat you would wear on a winter's day. He couldn't help but relax the moment he entered. Tempest must have seen his expression. "You like this room?" she asked. So far, there hadn't been a single room within the mansion that he hadn't liked. "Yes, very much. It's comfortable." Dinah had brought in a tray laden with different cheeses and a selection of fruit. She placed it on the low table and settled herself on the sofa next to it. Then she looked at Ty and patted the seat beside her in invitation. There was plenty of space on the sofa for Tempest as well, so Ty took the offered seat. Except that Tempest didn't sit next to him. Instead, she sat on the floor in front of him. "Rub my shoulders?" Tempest asked, and Ty obliged. "Harder. I'm not that breakable." Ty did his best, once again very conscious of how perfect she was. Now, Tempest said to Dinah, tell us about what you found out about Bane.
Dinah reached for the grapes, came back with a small handful, and popped one into her mouth.
There's only a little to tell. Bane Fairy, known as Crusher, real name Bane Haversmith, 32 years old, no siblings. He was married briefly, but she died in an accident. There was some uncertainty over whether the accident was really an accident, but nothing I could find was conclusive.
She paused for a moment to eat another grape.
Bane grew up on the streets and survived by fighting his way through anything that came at him. He was in and out of juvenile detention from the time he was 8 and graduated from that straight to prison. Violent offenses. More than one murder was attributed to him, but he was clever enough to escape punishment for those.
Sounds like the guy we know, Tempest said.
Yes, he joined the military in his early 20s. The records suggest he didn't take kindly to orders. But he did test well for certain types of high-risk missions. He was dishonorably discharged about 5 years ago, and has been making his way around the world as a mercenary ever since.
Dinah shrugged.
And that's about all I could find. He dropped out of sight about 3 months ago. There's no indication of who he was working for, or what he did from that point. Oh, and the records show him as being muscular and a touch over 6 feet tall. Nothing like the 8-foot monster you described.
That's good, Tempest said to Ty. Maybe a little harder. Did you find any indication of how he might have learned about the devices?
Dinah shook her head. Not a clue.
Ty found himself being distracted by Tempest's proximity and his hands on her neck and shoulders. The woman was beyond intoxicating, yet he managed to keep his scattered thoughts together enough to ask a question of his own. What about any technical aptitude? Could he have upgraded his device like I'd done with ours?
His records don't show any real interest in that area at all. Unarmed combat, weapons training, tactics. That's about it. If he had a gift or interest in tech, it would be in his records.
Ty couldn't help but wonder what that might mean. So, do we think he's acting alone?
It's hard to tell, Dinah replied. He doesn't seem to like following orders, yet he has hired himself out many times in the past. Nor do we know what he's up to. Does he want just Ty's device, or all of them? Why? And how did he find out about them in the first place? What is he planning, or is it even him doing the planning?
It was a lot of questions and no real answers. Ty kneaded Tempest's shoulders in silence for a while. Then Dinah asked the most important question of all.
What are we going to do about it? She said.
That one's easy, Tempest responded. We find him, then we take him down.
Yes, but how?
I've been thinking that maybe I can help with part of that, said Ty. If I can create a stun gun out of the toaster, surely I can come up with something a bit more creative and powerful. Like maybe enhance one of those blasters we took from the mercenaries. What do you think?
You can do that? Dinah asked, fascinated.
With what I saw in the workshop? Yes, it wouldn't be difficult.
Sounds good, Tempest said, her voice full of approval.
But what about defense? Bane packs a powerful punch.
Ty nodded.
Yeah, I've been thinking about something that might help with that as well. Some sort of shield generator. Tempest turned her head enough so he could see her grin.
Good. Put it on the list. But not tonight. It has been a long day already.
Ty couldn't agree more. It had been a very long day, and a surprisingly good one, given that it started with Bane's mercenaries forcing their way into Ty's apartment.
My turn,
Tempest said. With that, she got up and squeezed herself in behind Ty on the sofa and started working on his shoulders. It felt amazingly good.
Ty let out an involuntary groan of pleasure, at which both women laughed. There was something in the way Tempest massaged him that was overtly sensual. Ty wasn't sure if he should be enjoying it quite as much as he was, especially with Dinah present. The deerkin was watching them both quietly. Her lips curved into a slow smile. "You two are going to make me jealous if you don't watch it," she said. "No need to feel jealous," Tempest said playfully. "Join at any time." That got Ty's attention. What was Tempest saying exactly? Yet, if the invitation was real or no more than banter, Gremlin managed to deflect it. The cat had finished her inspection of the den and stepped up to Dinah as if they'd known each other forever. Gremlin pawed the rug, started to purr, then all at once leaped into Dinah's lap. The deerkin let out a happy noise of surprise, but Gremlin wasn't done. She assessed Dinah's lap for comfort, then, still purring, curled herself into a ball. Ty watched it all. "Traitor," he said to Gremlin, but the cat just stared at him with its unblinking eyes. Then, slowly, she closed them and let out the cat equivalent of a sigh as Dinah started to play with her ears. "She doesn't usually do that," Ty said to Dinah. "I feel special," the deerkin responded, smiling broadly. They returned to the topic of Bane. "As for finding him, I think I've got an idea," Tempest said. "We know what he's after. He knows where Ty goes to work. If he's up to it, how about we just let Ty go?" The way that she said it sounded like she wasn't happy with the idea, and somehow her hands on his shoulders felt strangely protective, as if she didn't want to put him in danger. Yet Ty understood. "Use me as bait," he said. "Only if you're up to it. Of course, I would be there as well, hidden and waiting." Ty nodded. "Makes sense," he said, although the prospect scared him even to think about. Nor was he the only one with concerns. "Is there no other way?" Dinah asked. Apart from Gremlin's purring, there was silence all around. Then Tempest spoke. "If there is, I can't think of one. Bane killed Zack. Whatever his endgame is, he has to be stopped." She wrapped her arms around Ty from behind and gave him a squeeze. "Not that I want to risk our lovely Ty at all. We've only just got him. But maybe it's the best chance we've got." Ty swallowed. The enormity of the situation was all too apparent. Bane was monstrous. The thought of facing him again was appalling. It was even enough to make him sweat. The man was almost too powerful for words. Yet Tempest words also made perfect sense. "I think I better start working on those projects I mentioned," Ty said, trying to sound like he wasn't petrified. But Tempest still had her arms around him and wouldn't let him get up from the sofa. "Do you think you could work on those maybe tomorrow?" she asked. "I kind of have plans for you this evening." 24. A pleasant surprise. The cozy environment combined with the company of the two most extraordinary women Ty had ever known helped to persuade him that he could indeed work on his projects tomorrow. As he settled back down, Tempest's gentle ministrations became more suggestive, her talented fingers running across Ty's collarbone as she nuzzled ever closer. At first, Ty felt slightly awkward with Dinah sharing the sofa, but not the attention. But it wasn't long before Tempest encouraged him to relax. As the evening passed, the atmosphere within the room became unmistakable. Tempest uttered occasional sighs that expressed her desire as she caressed him through his shirt. But it was when Dinah sighed as well that Ty took notice. The deerkin looked both amused and disappointed as well. All at once, Ty was uncomfortable again. Then he noticed that Gremlin, still sitting in Dinah's lap, was looking at him with an expression of profound disapproval. He couldn't help but laugh. Tempest saw what was happening and took it as her cue. "Come on," she said. "Let's get you settled in for the night." At this, Dinah spoke up. "You're so greedy," she said. "Didn't your mother ever teach you to share?" Ty didn't know what to think. Was Dinah just teasing, or was she serious? What would she do if he extended an invitation to her? More importantly, what would Tempest's reaction be? Her body language seemed to suggest that she would welcome the idea, but Ty didn't want to risk it. He just grinned, but said nothing, and Tempest smiled broadly as she led him from the room. She took him to a bedroom that was the soul of luxury. It was at least twice the size of Ty's entire apartment and filled with the trappings of wealth. In the middle, there was an oversized four-poster bed complete with a decorative canopy. Like the den, there were thick rugs on the floor, and the walls were festooned with wood paneling and works of art. It was a masculine room in structure, and Ty couldn't help but think that it used to be her father's. Yet somehow Tempest had transformed it to have a feminine feel. Perhaps it was the multiple pillows arranged neatly on the bed, or the delicate fragrance of flowers that permeated throughout, or the jewelry displayed on one of the dressers. And the mirrors. Ty didn't know of any man who would need more than one mirror in a room. How many could anyone use at one time? Yet Tempest's room had half a dozen, including a full-length one on the wall and a small handheld one on the side table. Tempest allowed Ty a few moments to just take everything in, then led him up to the bed and playfully pushed him onto it. "I've been looking forward to this all afternoon," she said. Within seconds, both of them had climbed out of their clothes. Tempest continued her aggressive approach, pushing Ty onto his back and jumping on top of him. Ty could have pulled her towards him and done his best to crush her against him, and he was sure that both of them would have enjoyed it. Instead, he caught her by the hips and held her away from him for a moment, just so he could enjoy the sight of her perfect, naked body, to drink in the beauty that was her. She let him admire her for a surprisingly long time, returning the favor herself. Then she grinned broadly. "Like what you see?" she said, just like she had on the boulder. It was like being presented with a work of exquisite art and being asked to pass judgment. Ty's breath caught in his throat. To him, she was unbelievable. Yet she had asked him a question, and he didn't want to disappoint through failure to answer. "I think you're the most beautiful woman in the entire world." Tempest grinned very broadly, yet she seemed to be in a playful mood. "Really? What about Dinah?" Even a day ago, Ty might not have been able to deal with the question, but now he simply smiled. "She is very beautiful as well. The two of you together should never be allowed to walk past a retirement home. There would be a spike in heart attacks if you did." Tempest laughed. "Flatterer," she said. He leaned forward and kissed her lightly on her left nipple. "It's true. I can't imagine anyone being more perfect than you." Then, just to keep everything in balance, he kissed her perfect right nipple as well. That done, he grinned broadly and decided she needed to be teased. "Of course, I haven't met the other device wearers yet. Maybe they're even better." Tempest's expression turned from a mischievous grin into outrage in an instant. "You horrible beast!" she shouted. Without hesitation, she reached for one of the pillows and within moments was hitting him about the head with it, laughing as she did. Ty laughed as he tried to dodge back and forth, but she was on top of him, holding him down. With all his strength, Ty twisted beneath her, throwing her off. Then he jumped on top of her, grabbed another of the pillows, and the battle was joined. There were gales of laughter all around. Ty knew that Tempest was a lot stronger than he was, and that she wasn't using all of her strength. Yet she still caught him a blow on the side of the head that was solid enough to knock him sideways. When she was on top of him again, grabbing hold of his hands to keep them in place, instead of pressing her advantage, she leaned forward to kiss him, pressing her breasts against his chest as she did. It was a wonderful feeling, and Ty forgot all about his pillow. Somehow his hands were free again, and he put them to good use. Things were getting very interesting indeed when they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Ty looked up in surprise, but Tempest's expression suggested she was expecting it. The door wasn't closed. Dinah was there, standing just inside the room, wearing only her device and a smile. She was just as spectacular as Ty had imagined. "You said I could join in any time," the deerkin said, her voice calm and full of warmth. Anyone else would have been hesitant, but not her. Dinah was completely at ease despite her nakedness. "And it sounded like you two were having fun. I couldn't stay away." "Ha!" Tempest said. "I knew it." She threw a random pillow at Dinah, and the deerkin dodged with fluid grace. It seemed at first that Tempest might chase her away, but then she relented. "Come on, then, if Ty doesn't mind." Ty wondered if he had somehow found a magic lantern and conjured a genie. Had he been granted his most precious wish and somehow forgotten about it? He didn't know what to say, so at first he simply stared, taking in Dinah's perfection. She was exquisitely feminine, and Ty saw that her modifications were extensive. Her skin was modeled like that of a deer, and the lower halves of her legs above her hooves were covered in a delicate layer of fur. To him, she was just as perfect as Tempest, but in her own way. It seemed that his lack of immediate answer unsettled the deerkin. "Of course, if you would rather I didn't, that's okay as well," she said, sounding disappointed. "No!" Ty blurted. "Please, join in. I can't imagine anything more wonderful." That was all the encouragement Dinah required. Her smile returned with a vengeance, and she approached them at a run. At the last moment, she launched herself through the air to land amongst them. Then there were hands and breasts and hooves in all directions, and the peals of laughter continued. Ty discovered that Dinah's modifications also included a cute little tail that she could wiggle. And it was amazing. She was amazing. Both of them were amazing. Ty felt like he'd found all 7 Dragon Balls, like he was the king of the world. Dreams he'd never known he had were coming true, and he embraced it with heart-pounding enthusiasm. As did both Tempest and Dinah. It became quickly apparent that they knew each other well, but they were also focused on him. And over the next couple of hours, Dinah proved herself to be lithe and supple, the perfect complement to Tempest's softness and strength. Between the three of them, they embraced positions of passion that Ty had never even contemplated before. It was the most amazing night of his life. He thought at one point that Brad had been right in his blunt assessment. If he, Ty, had turned this down, then he was truly insane. Even if Bane caught him and killed him tomorrow, then it would have all been worth it just for this. Yet winding up dead wasn't an outcome Ty favored. As the three of them lay together in exhausted contentment and bliss, Ty made himself a promise. He would do everything in his power to ensure that Bane didn't succeed in his quest. He, Ty, would be keeping his device. He would also do whatever he could to help Tempest and Dinah defeat the monstrous villain. But that was for tomorrow. Just at the moment, still entangled with Dinah and Tempest, to the point where it was hard to tell whose limbs belonged to whom, all Ty wanted was sleep. 25. Power. Ty dreamed he was flying, not being carried by Tempest and not on a plane, but really flying. In his dream, he was wearing a jetpack of his own design that gave him loft and thrust, and he was winging his way through the air as free as a bird and in total control. He felt powerful. An energy field surrounded him from head to toe, and he knew that it would be strong enough to protect him from anything that could come his way. He still wore the device around his wrist, but he also wore metal sleeves that went up to his elbows. Those metal sleeves contained numerous gadgets, including the ability to shoot bolts of energy at an enemy at need. He was a true hero in full control of his powers and able to make a real difference in the world. Not just a sidekick to Tempest, but in his own right. Nor was that the limit of his dream. Tempest was there as well, flying alongside him, keeping pace with ease and smiling broadly. Dinah was there as well, also flying, as she laughed into the wind. But they weren't the only ones. As Ty turned his head in the dream, he could see others keeping pace with them. Who they were, Ty didn't know, but somehow he understood that they were with him, members of the one superhero team that could reach out over the world to solve any problem. It was a dream like none other Ty had ever experienced. Even as he slept, he felt a profound sense of joy and satisfaction, and of a deep longing to bring this possible future about. In real life, Ty had only just begun to grow into his power. Where it might lead, even he didn't know. But the dream showed him possibilities he'd barely considered. When he woke in the morning, he found himself smiling. It might have been due to the lingering joy of the dream. It might also have been that he was still nestled between two fabulous women, both of whom were as naked as he was beneath the sheets. They were both sound asleep. Ty considered nudging them awake and continuing with the previous night's entertainment. Instead, with quiet regret, he untangled himself and carefully climbed over Tempest and out of bed. The amazing blonde shifted in her sleep, and Ty worried that he'd woken her. But her breathing soon returned to a calm, regular rhythm. He noticed that Gremlin had joined them sometime during the night. The cat was nestled at the foot of the bed, but wasn't asleep. She watched him with luminous yellow eyes, stood, stretched, kneaded the bed covers, then settled herself back down. Ty reached out and scratched her head for a moment. "Are you enjoying your new home?" he asked her. Then he caught himself. This wasn't Gremlin's new home, or his own for that matter. To assume that staying the night implied any sort of permanence at all was just wrong. And he still had his own apartment to consider. Of course, the idea of permanence was very appealing. Ty looked at the two sleeping women and couldn't imagine wanting to return to a life without them. But it was far too early to even begin to guess at what might happen. He thought about climbing back under the covers again for no other reason than that Tempest and Dinah were there. Instead, he grabbed his clothes from where they had landed on the floor and padded off to the bathroom. A quick shower later, and he headed back down to the architect's workshop, taking his backpack with him. There was a lot to do, and not much time in which to do it. His shift at the Concubine Club was scheduled to start in late afternoon and continue until midnight. Likely, Angie would expect him to stay longer, just to punish him for calling in sick yesterday. If so, Ty suspected she would be disappointed. Should their plan work, Bane would appear at some stage and cut his workday short. Ty didn't yet know how that would turn out, but he was determined to ensure that he was as prepared as possible. The workshop was just as neat and orderly as it had been the day before. To Ty's surprise, Gremlin had followed him down. The cat leaped onto the workbench and started grooming herself. Ty absently patted her on the head. "Decided to keep me company, have you?" he asked. The cat stopped her grooming to stare at him for a moment, then continued as if he hadn't spoken. "Good girl. Well, Furball, as long as you're here, you can help me out. What shall I do first?" The thought of facing Bane one-on-one scared him. Sure, Tempest would be there, but what if something happened to her? Ty wouldn't last more than a heartbeat against such a monster. His durability wasn't up to it, nor was his strength. The stats displayed by the device didn't include hit points, but he was pretty sure Bane could one-shot him into oblivion, whereas he, Ty, wouldn't be able to inflict any real damage no matter how hard he tried. So he needed to either modify his stats or make them redundant. He needed to come up with some form of defense, an option to attack that didn't rely on his strength. And he needed a way to power whatever he came up with. "You're right," he said to Gremlin as if she had made the suggestion. "Power supply first. Without power, nothing else really matters." With that, he dug around in the architect's filing system and pulled out the folder he was looking for. A battery design like none other. Ty laid it out on the workbench and looked through it. Right away, he could see that it was in conceptual phase only, but the potential was enormous. If he was reading it correctly, and he was sure that he was, it wasn't a battery so much as a method for converting ambient energy into usable power. With a device like that, he could power pretty much anything, forever. All he needed to do was turn it from an idea into reality. He glanced at Gremlin again. "No time like the present, is there, Furball?" he said. "Best get on with it." The holographic imager was a godsend. With it, Ty was quickly able to construct and model his energy converter. In less time than he would have believed possible, the holographic imager's power schematics display showed him that his design would work in principle. Yet its energy output was minimal. Still, Ty was happy enough at the start. Gremlin had stopped grooming and decided that the holographic images were there for her entertainment. She wiggled and pounced repeatedly as Ty moved the images about, completely unconcerned by her inability to catch any of them. Yet her interest quickly faded. As Ty was contemplating his efforts, she curled into a loudly purring ball in the exact center of his design. "Not bad for a first go, is it?" he said. "Now, let's see what I can do about boosting that output." With that thought in mind, Ty went through every single part of the design, looking for opportunities to improve the performance. Within 20 minutes, he had improved the output by over 100%. "That's more like it. Now, can I make it even better?" That's when he hit a bit of a wall. He could easily boost the output even more, but he needed to consider portability. An energy converter the size of a fridge would be difficult for him to carry. So he tried everything he could think of to make it smaller without losing power. But it still wasn't good enough. Ty pondered. Gremlin stood up and yawned hugely, then stretched. "You have a suggestion?" he asked. But the cat just looked at him sideways. He wondered if he could somehow make use of the energy converter's power without actually being in contact with it. As soon as he thought of this, a number of ideas sprang to mind as to how he might get it done. But none of them were simple enough to do in a morning, and that was the time limit he was working with. "Perhaps another day," he murmured, disappointed. He stood back for a moment to analyze the power schematics and noticed that power output was not proportional to size. 2 converters the size of his palm would produce considerably more power than one twice the size. That was all Ty needed to turn his disappointment into eager anticipation. He grinned broadly. Instead of trying to do it all at once with one gadget, he would simply replicate the converter and bundle them up. It took him only a few more minutes, and then he was done. "Fabricate," Ty said, then watched in fascination as his design came to life. It was done pretty quickly. Ty picked up the result. Circular and surprisingly heavy, it looked like a squash donut made of metal and copper coils. It wasn't pretty. The design was robust, and Ty hadn't bothered with an elegant cover. But it would work. Ty quickly fabricated half a dozen more, then paused to admire his work. He was extremely happy with what he'd accomplished. He had been at it for no more than a couple of hours, and he was already making good progress. If he kept going like this, he would be ready for anything Bane could throw at him. And not only that, because of this one success, everything was now possible. Even the dream he'd had where he was flying. Right, Ty said to Gremlin. What's next? Gremlin chose to start purring instead of answering directly, but Ty took it as approval. Defense it is then, he said. Once again, Ty thought of the dream he'd had, the glowing blue nimbus that surrounded him as he flew. He knew it was a shield of some sort, but his dreaming brain hadn't been kind enough to show him how it worked. Was it an energy field, impervious to everything? If so, then how would he be able to breathe? And what about the preservation of momentum? Sure, he could create a field strong enough to stand up to a blow from Bane, but would he still be his weak, ordinary self within that field? It would be like shaking an egg inside a tin can. You might never touch the egg directly, but it would still end up scrambled just the same. What do you think, Furball? How do I do this? Where do I start? But Gremlin had grown bored with what Ty was doing. She was still curled in a ball, but was no longer looking in his direction at all. Some assistant you are, he said. With no better ideas, he went to the architect's filing system and started looking through the files, in the hope that something would grab his attention. 26. Possibilities. Nothing did. He was still going through them when Tempest appeared at the stairs. Morning, she said as she came over to him. We missed you when we woke up. Dinah was feeling frisky, and you were nowhere to be seen. The stunning blonde gave him a playful grin. We had to take care of it ourselves, she said. All thoughts went out of Ty's brain. He stood and gaped at Tempest, immediately aroused and also profoundly disappointed that he had missed out on the fun. Strangely, he didn't feel jealous at all. But he couldn't help wonder what Tempest might think if it had been him and Dinah without her instead. Tempest laughed at his expression. Look at you, so forlorn and heartbroken. Don't worry, I'm sure there will be other opportunities. She leaned in and gave him a kiss good morning, then changed the topic entirely. What are you up to? It took Ty a few seconds to remember what he was doing. I've created a power supply, he said. Now I'm trying to figure out the best way to make a shield, so you don't have to worry about me in a fight. Tempest understood. Something strong enough to withstand anything Bane can throw at you. Yes, it can't be metal because that would just be too heavy and cumbersome, and it wouldn't solve the problem anyway. I'm thinking some sort of energy field, but I'm just not sure. He trailed off. You need to find some way to disperse the energy, Tempest said. Exactly. Well, why didn't you say so? That's what my power enables me to do. Why don't you just replicate that? Ty looked at her astonished. Yes, that would work. Then he frowned in puzzlement. But how? Look, she said. With that, she called up her profile and made to touch her unique skill. Her finger went through the hologram, but it sensed what she was doing anyway and displayed a much more detailed screen that reminded Ty the schematics display that the imager offered. It showed all the technical detail about how Tempest power actually worked that Ty could ask for. He stared in astonishment. It was exactly what he needed. "That's amazing!" As he spoke, he realized what it meant. It meant he, Ty, could probably replicate any skill that existed with technology, as long as he could access this information. All at once, his little enhancement skill no longer seemed so little anymore. It was a potential game changer. He literally had the power of a god at his fingertips. All he needed was time, and he could do anything. He stood there, his heart pounding as if he was being chased by Bane. "Ty," said Tempest, "are you okay?" Ty did what he could to rein his imagination in. It was early days yet, and just because something was theoretically possible didn't mean it would be easy. "Yes, sorry. I was just thinking about something," he managed. "Something pretty amazing by the look of it." "Yeah, my skill. There's a lot I could do with it." Tempest grinned broadly. "I understand. I was like that with mine as well. So was Zach and Dinah. And many of the others as well. It takes time, really, to understand it sometimes." Ty took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Yeah." Then he grinned. "But just thinking about it isn't enough. I've got to actually do something as well." "Really? Who would have thought?" Tempest said, teasing him. Ty let out a laugh. Then he turned his attention to figuring out how to translate the information Tempest's device displayed into something he could use. It wasn't easy. In the end, he came up with a kind of mesh suit with hundreds of tiny field projectors all over it. He designed it with a hood that could be flipped over his head and long sleeves with thumb holes to ensure that when the field was active, it would cover him entirely. And an opening or two to enable necessary functions. When it was done, he again commanded the fabricator to do its thing. As the mesh garment started to come to life, Dinah came down to join them, carrying a large plate of pancakes. The warm aroma of rich, buttery pancakes filled the air. Instantly, Ty's mouth started to water. Yet that could have been a reaction to Dinah herself, who looked just as stunning as she had the day before. Moving as gracefully as ever, the deerkin placed the pancakes on the workbench and smiled at Ty. "We missed you this morning," she said, her rich, smooth voice enough to make him regret that he hadn't been there all over again. "So I heard," he said. "I guess you'll just have to make it up to me sometime." Dinah smiled broadly. "Whenever you like," she purred. Then, "What's that you're making?" "Something to help against Bane," Ty said. "What is it? How does it work?" "I'll show you if you like," Ty said. Both Tempest and Dinah nodded at once. As soon as the fabrication process was complete, Ty inserted the palm-sized power converters he'd manufactured earlier into the pouches that he'd added to his design and made sure the contacts were set. Then, with both women watching in open appreciation, he quickly stripped off his outer layer of clothes. "I like it so far," Tempest said, "but I don't see how that will help against Bane." Ty felt himself blushing. Nevertheless, he continued with what he was doing and put his new filamentous suit on. It was a better fit than his new clothes were now, but the power converters at the back made it slightly uncomfortable. "It's a metallic onesie," Tempest said at the same time as Dinah asked a question. "What are those little discs all over it?" Ty didn't know how he felt about it being called a onesie, but it was an accurate description. He grinned. "That's the secret. They project a field that should dissipate all the energy of Bane's attack." "How do we know that it works?" Tempest asked. It was a fair question. Ty immediately thought of the profile display that his device projected. and wondered if it could possibly be sophisticated enough to display his new durability. Maybe as an armor class, with an associated attribute boost, like Tempest's skill did for her. It would be impressive if it did, but he didn't really hold out much hope. "Activate," he said, and the same glowing blue nimbus that had surrounded him in his dream appeared all around. "Pretty," Tempest said, but Dinah was looking more thoughtful. Ty brought up his profile, but it still displayed the same stats as before. Durability 6. He shrugged. "I guess we test it," he said, then turned toward Tempest and grinned. "Hit me." The blonde woman raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "It has to be tested, and really, I'd much rather test it against you than Bane." "Oh, really? Are you saying I don't pack the same punch as he does?" She was teasing him, and he knew it. "Let's just say that with you, we can build up to full strength. With Bane, we don't have that option." "Fair enough. Are you ready?" Ty steeled himself, breathing deep, and nodded. Tempest hit him. It was a hard, quick blow aimed straight at his stomach. And Ty couldn't help himself. He flinched away from it. Yet, when it connected, he barely felt it. It was as if she had brushed him with a feather duster. Yet his flinch surprised her. Her grin immediately turned into an expression of concern, and she stepped toward him. Nor was she the only one. Dinah reached for him as well. "Are you okay?" the blonde woman asked, sounding worried. "I'm okay," he said, hastening to reassure them both. "That was just me being an idiot. I didn't feel a thing." He grinned broadly. "What? Nothing at all?" Tempest asked. "No, barely a whisper. Did you hit me with all your strength or just part of it?" "About a quarter," Tempest said. "I didn't want to hurt you if it didn't work." "This time, hit me with everything you've got." "Are you sure?" Ty nodded. "As I said, we've got to test it." "Okay." This time, instead of simply hitting him without any fanfare, she wound up and put real effort into it. Ty closed his eyes at the last moment to stop himself flinching. And when she connected, he did feel it. But not as the massive impact that he knew it to be. It was like she had patted him gently on the stomach. "That's pretty impressive," Tempest said. Ty grinned broadly. "I think we'll call that a success," he said. With his shield working, Ty only had one more thing he needed to do. He needed a weapon. Something powerful enough to get Bane's attention. And with only about an hour to go before he needed to get ready for work, he needed it quickly. If he'd had to start from scratch, Ty wouldn't have had enough time, but he still had the blasters and stun baton that he'd taken from the mercenaries who'd broken into his apartment. "What do you think? Should I work on the stun baton or one of the blasters?" he asked, this time talking to Tempest and Dinah rather than Gremlin. "How close do you want to get to Bane?" Tempest asked. That was a good point. "Blaster it is," he said. But Tempest looked uncertain. "What are you going to do with it?" she asked. "A blaster won't stop someone like him." Ty grinned. "I know." A blaster generated a consecutive blast of energy that could knock a man down at 80 feet or take his head off at point-blank range. But for someone like Bane, it would be no more than an annoyance unless Ty managed to jam the barrel hard up against him. "I'm going to make it more powerful, and maybe a few more tweaks." With that, still in his mesh onesie, he took one of the weapons out of his backpack and placed it on the workbench for the holographic imager to scan. That done, he exploded the holographic projection to expose the workings within. The blaster was simply made, no more than a plasma generator and a barrel to guide it. Effectively, the blaster generated a controlled explosion with only one outlet. At the squeeze of the trigger, plasma would erupt from the barrel and launch itself toward whatever the weapon was pointing at. As weapons, blasters were reliable and easy to operate. And if they had an occasional reputation for blowing up in the user's hands, the ease of use more than made up for it. A single plasma cartridge was typically good for about 50 shots, and with Ty having taken 3 of the weapons from the mercenaries, that gave him a couple of spares. It took only a little while to tease the plasma generator into generating more power, but the efficiency schematics indicated that the casing would no longer be able to withstand the pressure, and the weapon would likely fail at the first use. So Ty strengthened the casing as well, and just for fun, added the ability to adjust the power of the weapon with a simple click of a switch. Then he fabricated the result. "Done," Ty said. 27. Glitter and bling. Ty would have liked to test the new improved blaster, but this was the architect's workshop, not a firing range. All that was left to do was get ready for work. He was starting to put his shirt on over his mesh onesie when he realized he had a problem. He was several inches taller than he had been when he bought his clothes. He was more muscular as well. His shirt had been a tight fit already, but now, with the mesh suit complete with the power packs at his back and a blaster tucked into his belt, it was impossible to button up. Ty didn't know what to do. He looked at Tempest. Do we have time to pop into a menswear store so I can pick up a shirt that fits better?" Surprisingly, the stunning woman's features became somber. She glanced at Dinah, who nodded in agreement. Ty didn't understand what the interaction between the two of them meant until Tempest started to speak. "There is another option, if you don't mind. Zach was about your size, or maybe just a little bigger. I think he would have been honored if you were to take a shirt from his wardrobe." Ty didn't know what to say. Zach had been dead for only a couple of days, and while Tempest and Dinah hadn't said much about it, Ty had seen their grief in hesitant moments and expressions of sadness more than once. Zach had been a big part of their lives. He had been a part of their team. They knew him. To Ty, the idea of wearing the dead man's clothes made him slightly uncomfortable. He was already effectively taking Zach's place. Was it right to wear his clothes as well? Yet Tempest's offer seemed to be more about respecting their friend than anything else. And besides, as usual, Ty wasn't exactly flush with spare cash. He nodded. "If you think it would be okay," he said. "Of course it would," Tempest replied. Then she grinned playfully. "Of course. Finding something suitable might be tricky. Zach's style was fairly flamboyant. Do you like pink?" Ty couldn't tell if she was joking or not, nor did she give him the chance to respond. She just led him back up the stairs with Dinah following behind. If the penthouse had wings, Zach's rooms were on the opposite wing from where Ty had spent the previous night. And if Tempest's room were subtly feminine and elegant, Zach's were the definition of flamboyance. The chandelier was a glitter ball, and everywhere Ty looked, there were purple and pink cushions stacked in piles. There was more perfume and makeup on the dressers than Tempest had on hers. Ty felt like he walked into a tribute to Liberace. It was an assault on his senses. Not only were the colors not to his taste in the least, but the lingering perfume in the air was cloying. Tempest and Dinah both smiled at Ty's reaction, but their smiles were sadder than they might have been. Ty understood that there was genuine affection for the man. "He was quite the character," Tempest said quietly. "There's a walk-in closet. This door," she added, leading the way. Despite the glitter and bling, Ty couldn't help but feel a certain solemnity as he headed to the closet. It was almost as if Zach's room had become a shrine to the man, as if his presence was somehow still there. In a single moment, Zack had fundamentally changed Ty's life in the most unbelievable ways. He couldn't help but feel a profound respect for his spirit. The closet was spacious and cluttered with fur and glitter. For a moment, Ty worried that he would find nothing suitable for work. But Dinah had followed him in, and she unerringly sought out the most subdued of Zack's clothes. Shirts of neutral colors, trousers that could have been made in the same factory that produced the ones Ty could no longer fit. "Maybe try one of these," the deerkin said. Ty picked a shirt that was somewhere between pink and tan, and which Zack may have called coral or burnt sienna, and held it up against himself. Then he put it back and chose one that was more neutral white. There was a full-length mirror on the closet wall, and Ty could see that Tempest was right. The shirt should fit. If anything, it was just a little large. Perfect for hiding the unusual shapes of the blaster and the power packs. He quickly chose a pair of trousers as well and put them both on. "Not bad," Dinah said, approving the result. "It covers your onesie well." "Thank you." It was time to go. Ty couldn't help but feel anxious. He was just going to work, the same as he'd done nearly every day since he got the job. Yet he was also going to be bait dangled in front of the most dangerous person in all of New Lincoln. Sure, he was confident that his new technology would do what he designed it to do, and Tempest would be there as well. Yet he couldn't help but draw a deep breath to calm himself. Tempest noticed. She grew serious. "Are you sure you're up for this?" she asked. Ty shrugged. "I don't want to be running and hiding for all my life. If Bane wants this device, he's going to have to work for it." "Good. So, are you ready to go?" It was all Ty could do to nod. Tempest turned to Dinah. "Keep your ears open. All going well, we'll have him within a few hours. We're going to need to put him in a hardened cell somewhere. Have a chat with some of our friends and find somewhere suitable." Dinah nodded. "No problem. I've already got a couple of possibilities lined up." And that was it. The three of them headed back to the main entrance and paused on the bridge over the pond. It was another gloomy New Lincoln day, completely unlike the day before. At the thought, Ty couldn't help but wonder, had it really been just a day? So much had happened that it felt like weeks. "Stay safe," Dinah said, her expression a peculiar mix of confidence and concern. Then she reached for both Ty and Tempest together and gave them a big hug. "I wish I could be going with you." Ty understood that he wasn't the only one who was nervous about facing Bane. He and Tempest both murmured words of reassurance, and then they were ready. As she had done several times before, Tempest gripped Ty under his arms and launched them both into the sky. Neither of them noticed the man down on the ground who was dressed in the same uniform as the mercenaries who had broken into Ty's apartment. But that man noticed them. He had been watching for just such an event through digital binoculars that allowed him to see very clearly. As soon as Ty and Tempest were away, the man touched his ear to activate his phone implant and made a call. 28. The Concubine Club. Tempest knew where the Concubine Club was, but didn't fly right up to the entrance. Although Ty would have loved to see Angie the Hutt's expression if they landed in front of her, it wouldn't have helped their cause. Anyone waiting for Ty to arrive would be immediately forewarned that Tempest was with him. So instead, she touched down in a discreet alley not far from the club and steadied Ty in the usual way. Despite the work he'd put in, Ty was nervous. He would very much have preferred to fly back to the boulder in the middle of the lake than to face the monstrous villain. In fact, he would have preferred to fly pretty much anywhere and maybe just disappear for a while. But that would have been no more than a delaying tactic. Sooner or later, if he wanted to keep his device, he would have to face Bane. It was a grim reality that did nothing to make Ty feel less nervous. As soon as he caught his balance, he straightened his shirt and looked at Tempest. "How do I look?" he asked. "Like you're about to attend your own funeral. Relax. Smile. Pretend everything is normal. If the club is being watched, we don't want to tip anyone off that today is special in any way." Ty took a deep breath. She was right. He nodded and did his best to stand taller, with his chin up and his shoulders back. "Right. Here I go." With that, Ty marched toward the club with determination in his stride. But that wasn't right either. Normally, he just sauntered to work, trudging through the new Lincoln gloom, driven by need more than desire. For him, while some aspects of his job were okay, because of Angie more than anything else, it mostly just sucked. Appearing determined and strong would be just as wrong as being nervous and hesitant. So Ty did what he could to put himself back in his usual mindset. He had to go to work so he could pay the bills, but he wasn't looking forward to it at all. He jammed his hands into his pockets and slowly paced while at the same time looking at the pavement in front of his feet. Much better, he thought as he drifted along. He was now just an anonymous figure walking among others, most of them with similar dejected expressions. As he walked, he checked that his device was out of sight. Zach's sleeve was just long and wide enough that when the cuff button was done up, the device was hidden from view. Ty wanted to make sure it stayed that way. He knew that somewhere behind him Tempest was keeping watch, looking out to see if she could spot anyone waiting for him. If no one showed themselves, she would wait a few minutes, then enter the club like anyone else. As unobtrusively as possible, she would try to keep Ty in sight. Her hidden presence gave Ty comfort as he mounted the steps and entered the building. At once, his senses were assaulted by the noise and stench of the place. It was overwhelming and faintly disgusting, and yet familiar at the same time. It seemed unreal to be back there again. So much had happened since Ty had last stepped foot inside. He was a different person than he had been before, not just in terms of skills, but in terms of everything. 2 days ago, he had been a working stiff doing his best to make his way in the world. Now, he was a member of a superhero team with a pair of spectacular women by his side, intent on tracking down a monstrous villain. It was more than unreal. It was like a Salvador Dali painting where reality had slipped off the table and onto the floor. As he did every day at the start of his shift, Ty's first job was to seek out Angie. This was supposedly to give her a chance to tell him what he was doing for the day. In reality, it was more about control than assigning tasks. She was a walking time clock, and she expected everyone to punch in. Ty didn't need her to tell him what to do. He knew what he would be doing. He would fix any of the amusement machines that had broken, deal with the garbage, clean the bathrooms, and mop up any pools of vomit or spilled drinks on the floor. Other than that, if he was lucky, he would get to collect empty glasses, but that was about it. His normal, pathetic life was hardly a great alter ego for someone who was part of a superhero team. Ty heaved a sigh and saw Badger, one of the bouncers, heading toward him through the early crowd. Badger was a big man, though not in Bane's league, and was probably on his way to his station at the door. His modifications were limited to tribal facial tattoos that made him look tough. Yet his first instinct on seeing Ty was to give him a broad smile and head over. "Ty, how you doing? We missed you yesterday. You all good?" Ty nodded. "Yeah, just had a case of the rumbles," Ty lied. "I just needed not to come in for the day," Ty said. "I hear that," Badger said, although he was among the least likely to take time off without due cause. "You know where she is?" Ty asked, referring to Angie. "I think she went down to the office. There was a discrepancy or something in the take from last night.
It's got her raging, looking for someone to fire.
The big man grinned.
Probably a good thing you weren't here.
Ty groaned. Whenever anything like that happened, Angie made life a living hell for everyone. It could be days before she returned to her normal level of maliciousness. "Thanks for the heads up," he said. He couldn't help but think how easily he'd slipped back into his old life, complete with his usual worries and issues. Badger nodded amiably, but before Ty turned away, the bigger man gave him a puzzled expression.
"Did you change something? Get a haircut or something?" Badger asked. "You look different."
Ty grinned at him. "Yeah, I got these new shoes," he said. "They make me look taller." Badger still looked puzzled, but he accepted Ty's words.
"Well, it looks good on you. Keep wearing them."
"Thanks," Ty said. With that, he left the bouncer alone and made his way through the interior of the club, which was already pulsing to the beat of strange music and strobe lights. He found Angie where Badger had said, sitting at her desk in her office going over the books. The green-skinned toad-like woman looked up at him with a glare that could have split rocks, and when she recognized who he was, her lips broke into a sneer. "You!" she said. On another day, the single word would have been enough to make Ty cower. Even now, the expression of hostility and rage made him want to be somewhere else. But now, instead of making him nervous, Angie's attitude just annoyed him. He had bigger things to worry about. "Yes, me. I'm here to start my shift. Is there anything in particular you want me to do?"
"Ty Wilcox, you are as useless as a week-old salad that's been left in the sun. I swear, if we weren't already short-handed, I'd fire you on the spot. For all I know, you are somehow responsible for this mess."
She gestured vaguely at the books in front of her. Ty almost laughed. "Badger told me there was a discrepancy. If you remember, I wasn't even here last night. The problem isn't me." The grotesque woman blinked at him in surprise, as if shocked that he would even think to talk back. She stared at him as if uncertain that it was him after all. Maybe she noticed the same changes that Badger had commented on. If she did, she didn't mention it. Instead, her sneer hardened into a mask of anger.
"If you talk back to me again, I will fire you. You just see if I don't."
Ty bit back a retort. It was a near thing, but he decided that the woman wasn't worth his energy. "Yes, ma'am. Is there anything you want me to look at in particular today?" The woman continued to glare at him for some seconds. Then she gave a snort and said,
"That's better. The dance simulator is acting up again. No doubt you didn't fix it properly the first time. See what you can do with it. Then you can return to your natural habitat. Clean the toilets."
"Yes, ma'am," Ty said, the perfect representation of a whipped employee who had no real hope for the future. As he left the awful woman's office, he wondered what might happen when Bane did show up. Personally, he wouldn't care if the monstrous man destroyed the whole place. But the idea was for Tempest to take the villain elsewhere to limit collateral damage. Ty himself had no plans of sticking around once that happened. He could cite fear as his excuse, but really, he couldn't let Tempest face Bane all by herself. Maybe Angie would fire him anyway, although he judged it unlikely. She seemed to enjoy demeaning him too much. With a heavy sigh, realizing that this part of his life hadn't changed that much after all, and trying not to look for Tempest with every passing second, Ty got to work. Fixing the dance machine was simple. He could have done it with his eyes closed, one hand tied behind his back, and using nothing but a broken screwdriver. Yet he tinkered away with its workings for about as long as he would normally take and wondered what he could do to improve its overall performance. Perhaps he could turn it into something more entertaining than a gaming machine focusing on dance. It was ancient technology, built around a CPU that had been obsolete for years. Yet Ty still thought he could do interesting things with it. Instead, he just shut the access panel and turned the machine back on. Then there were no more excuses. He had to head to the bathrooms. Almost he wished that Bane would hurry up and make an appearance. It would get him out of his least favorite task. But so far there had been no sign of him. It was probably a little early, he thought, then made his way to the storage closet where the cleaning products were kept. Even if one of Bane's men had already spotted him, there was no telling where the monster himself might be. It could take several hours for him to get there. The thought might have been enough to make Ty despair. But he caught a glimpse of Tempest sitting at the bar, and that made him smile. She looked like the ultimate goddess, with a drink in one hand. And she was surrounded by guys who were taking turns trying to chat her up. Even though he knew that none of the guys stood a chance, Ty felt a twinge of jealousy that they were with her while he was not. He wanted to go over and talk with her, just to rub their noses in it. But everything had to appear to be normal. Nevertheless, he caught her eye for a moment. She gave a silent small shake of her head and shrugged. He understood. No sign of Bane or any of his henchmen. Yet. 29. A change of plans. The time passed very slowly for Ty. Normally, when working a shift, he would turn his brain off and just zombie through until he reached the end of the day. He would squeeze out whatever enjoyment he could from talking to the customers before Angie the Hutt inevitably found him something revolting to do. This day was different. He couldn't shut himself off. At any time, he expected something to happen. Something to signify that Bane had arrived and that Tempest was dealing with it. But there was nothing. It was like any other evening, with the club filling up with people looking to have a good time. With all the body modifications on display and the music thumping throughout, it looked and felt like a party of demons dancing and howling and drinking. Ty found himself checking the time every 5 minutes until he accidentally bumped into one of the servers and knocked a tray full of drinks flying. "Sorry," he said. The server was a pretty girl whom he knew only vaguely. Angie had tainted Ty's name so thoroughly that few wanted to spend time getting to know him. At first, the server rolled her eyes and made a noise of frustration. Then she looked at him more closely. Just like Angie, Badger, and even Brad had done, she frowned in confusion and reassessed. "It's okay," she said. But of course it wasn't. Angie the Hutt just happened to be near enough to see his clumsiness. She came over with all the grace of an angry hippo and roundly scolded him. "That's coming out of your wages," she yelled. "You're worse than useless. I don't even know why you're on the floor at all. What do you think this is, happy hour for losers? You should be cleaning the shit off the floor in the bathroom." Ty had made the mistake of talking back once already this evening. "Yes, ma'am," he said, and turned away before she could say anything else. The minutes ticked by with glacial sluggishness. Ty was starting to wonder if his shift would ever come to an end, when all of a sudden there was an alert on his device. He was in the smaller of the bathrooms, and a quick check was enough to tell him that the stalls were empty. He thumbed the controls and a holographic image immediately appeared. It was Tempest, and Ty could see from her expression that all was not well. "Is he here?" Ty said. Tempest shook her head. "No, he isn't coming. There's no time. Meet me out front. Go, now." With that, the holographic display disappeared, leaving Ty confused and deeply concerned. Without a second thought, Ty left his mop and bucket where they were and hurried out of the bathroom. Luck was with him. Angie was nowhere to be seen. Ty kept his head down as he moved swiftly through the club. He didn't even stop when he passed Badger at the door, even though he sensed the bouncer wanted to say something. "Gotta go," he said quickly. "It's an emergency. Tell Angie if you see her." With that, he was back outside on the street. The Concubine Club was popular, and there was a line of people waiting to get in. That didn't interest Ty in the slightest. All he cared about was finding Tempest. At first, he couldn't see her. He looked left and right. "Tempest?" he said, unsure whether he should be shouting or not. "Tempest!" Then Ty was hit hard in the back. He grunted in surprise and would have fallen, except that it was Tempest who hit him. Nor was it her intention to hurt. She was already in the air and had simply picked him up at speed. "Bane isn't here," she shouted, and even though Ty couldn't see her expression, he heard the worry in her voice. "Somehow he found out where we live. He's got Dinah," she said. "He's taken her." Dinah. Beautiful, gentle Dinah. The calm to Tempest's fire. The yin to her yang. One of the most incredible women Ty had ever known. For Ty, flying with Tempest had always been an amazing experience. But now it felt as if his stomach had dropped. He had never even considered what might happen if Bane found the mansion. All he could do now was hold on tight to Tempest's arms around him. "Go faster!" he shouted back. All thoughts of work and what Angie might do disappeared under an avalanche of fear for Dinah's safety. This was worse than anything he could have imagined. He was prepared to face Bane himself, and Tempest could take care of herself. But Dinah? The deerkin was the most fragile of them all. Tempest didn't need to be told more than once. Ty learned then that she had been holding back, perhaps in deference to his more delicate constitution. Now the blonde superhero sped through the night as fast as she could. It was all Ty could do to jam his eyes tightly shut and grit his teeth against the cold and wind. It was a crazy, mad trip through the darkened sky, but it was also mercifully brief. When they arrived at the penthouse, the landing was rough, nor did Tempest make any allowances for Ty's balance. She let him go so abruptly that he almost stumbled and might have fallen if he hadn't almost been expecting it. Yet there was no pause in Tempest. She virtually flew through the doors, barely pausing to allow them to open. "Dinah? Dinah! Where are you?" Ty followed and joined in with the shouting, "Dinah!" But other than Gremlin appearing in the doorway, there was no response. Worse, the entranceway felt different. Ty couldn't specify what the difference was exactly, but he just knew that there had been intruders. With growing trepidation, Ty and Tempest headed deeper into the mansion. "Should we separate?" Ty asked. "Cover everything more quickly." "No," Tempest replied. "I want you with me." Ty knew that the woman's answer wasn't necessarily logical, but it didn't matter. If Tempest wanted him by her side, then that was where he would be. "Dinah!" Seconds later, Tempest changed her mind. She took to the air and disappeared, perhaps realizing that she could search more swiftly that way. Doggedly, Ty did his best to keep up, but it was a losing battle right from the start. All he could do was trail along in her wake, following the sound of her voice as she kept calling Dinah's name. Everywhere they went, there were signs that the place had been searched. The furniture had been shifted. Ornaments lay on their sides or in pieces. Even the paintings had been moved, some of them torn, and others just left dangling at angles. The destruction wasn't massive and could probably be sorted out within a few days. Yet that the intruders would be so systematic with their destruction spoke of a malice that Ty could barely believe. He didn't understand what had happened. All he could do was look around and call out Dinah's name, even though by then he was sure it would be no good. Somehow, Dinah was gone. Somehow, when they thought the villain was after Ty, Bane had gone after her. After several minutes had passed, Tempest found him again. Ty had made his way to the comfortable den where the three of them had spent the previous evening. Here, too, everything had been disturbed, but not as much was actually damaged, and Ty wasn't familiar enough with the place to know if anything was missing. Anything other than Dana. Tempest was no longer flying. She entered the den with her face smeared with tears, yet she wasn't grieving. She was angry. At him. She came at him in a rage, a perfect blonde bombshell who thought him a target. Not understanding, Ty instinctively brought up his hands and stepped backward. Not quick enough. Tempest pushed him hard enough that he lost his balance and fell to the floor. "Was it you?" Tempest demanded. "Did you do it?" Ty stared up at her in confusion. He could have activated his mesh suit to protect himself from her anger, but chose not to. "I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to Dinah? What's going on?" "How did they find out where we are? The only thing different is you. Are you in league with Bane?" She loomed over him with her fists clenched and anger coming off her in waves. He knew that she was looking for a reason to take that anger out on him, but he still did nothing to defend himself. He just shook his head. "Tempest, I don't know what happened. How could I be in league with Bane? I was just passing when I saw him fighting Zack. Bane threatened to kill me for the device I now wear." Tempest wasn't convinced. Her rage had blinded her. "How do I know you weren't with Bane when the fight started? How do I know this isn't a complex plot to get all our devices?" Again, Ty shook his head. Yet he responded calmly, with confidence. "Tempest, it's not true. I don't know how Bane found your home, but it wasn't me." He cast about looking for ways to prove himself. All he could come up with was the device on his wrist. As quickly as he could, he brought up his profile screen. "Look, neutral good. It hasn't changed." As Tempest looked at the holographic screen, Ty could sense her resolve wavering. This was evidence that he was telling the truth. Yet she still wasn't convinced. Neutral good alignment can still do the wrong thing if they believe in what they are doing. "But why would I lie about it? The first time I saw Bane was when he murdered Zack in the alley. The only other time I saw him was when he came to my apartment with his henchmen." Ty shrugged. "Tempest, I don't know what's going on. Tell me what happened to Dinah." It was finally enough. Whether she believed the device or the legitimate desperation in Ty's plea, he didn't know. All he knew was that the last of Tempest's anger crumbled, and she burst into tears. Ty climbed slowly back to his feet, carefully, not completely sure how she would react. He reached for her and drew her into a hug. It seemed that she wasn't sure how to respond either. For a moment she stiffened. Then, as if dismissing any last doubt she still harbored, she collapsed against him, holding on to him as tightly as he held her. Ty still didn't know what was happening, but he knew that she needed him. "It's going to be all right. We'll sort this out, whatever it is. You'll see." 30. Message. He held her for long minutes, murmuring words of comfort and stroking her hair. He cared about her more than he wanted to admit, and would have done anything to help. Tempest just cried into his chest. Then, abruptly, she drew away. "I'm sorry," she sniffed. "I just don't know what to think." "It's all right," Ty responded. "But please, tell me what happened. How did you know to come here? How did you know Bane wasn't at the club?" Tempest nodded, but instead of immediately starting to speak, She looked about and sat down on the same sofa they had shared the previous evening. I received a hologram message on my device from Bane, although how he managed that, I don't know. The device's communication facility is supposed to be secure and encrypted, but he did it. She looked both angry and worried at the same time, and frustrated in her ability to do anything about it. He was laughing through the screen, gloating. He said that he had taken Dinah and was holding her ransom. Of course, I didn't believe him, but then he showed me. He had his hands around her neck. She looked terrified. Ty was more than shocked. It was worse than he had imagined, yet he still needed to know more. What did he want? The same as always. Her device is not just yours. Look, I saved the message. Watch it for yourself. Without waiting for Ty's response, Tempest indicated that he should sit and brought up her device's communication panel. Ty did as she suggested, and in moments he was staring at the brutal face of Bane, sneering at him through the holographic screen. The image wasn't as clear as it had been when Tempest contacted him, but it was clear enough, as were Bane's words. "I have your pretty friend," he said, and it was exactly as Tempest had described. The loathsome monster was grinning, almost laughing as he said it, as if it was all a big joke. "Your dearkin. Such a fine splice job, if you go for that sort of thing. If I'd known she was so pretty, I wouldn't have wasted so much time on your boyfriend." The vile man sneered as he spoke, and Ty, not normally a violent person at all, wanted to pound his face with his fists. There was something about Bane that inspired hatred and revulsion, and it came through over the hologram just as powerfully as it did in person. "Prove it," came Tempest's voice. To Ty, she sounded both defiant and strong. There was no fear in her voice at all. Yet Bane was up to the challenge. He laughed out loud, then turned and barked an order to someone off screen. Moments later, he faced the camera again. "Here's your proof, woman." With that, he hauled Dinah into view. It was as Tempest had said. Beautiful Dinah, her hair in disarray and her eyes glowing with defiance and terror. Bane's massive hand was about her throat, and Ty knew that the brute could have snapped her neck in an instant. Ty had never known such instant rage combined with helplessness. He understood at that moment something he hadn't thought about before. He had known Dinah for only a day and a half, yet she had become precious to him in ways he couldn't express. She was his family, just as Tempest was, and he would do anything he could to protect her. He would have dived through the hologram then and there if he could, and fought Bane one-on-one with everything he had. Anything to get Dinah back. The hologram wasn't finished. "Dinah!" came Tempest's recorded voice. But the monstrous villain gave them no time to talk. With casual cruelty, he cast Dinah roughly aside and filled the holographic screen with his own brutal face. He was grinning as if he knew he had won. "You will not hurt her," Tempest said. Her voice was hard, flat, and filled with such threat and loathing that Ty knew she felt the same as he did. Bane just gave a mocking laugh. "I will do whatever I wish. If Dinah is not returned to us unharmed, I swear I will remove your head from your shoulders." Tempest raged. And perhaps the threat got through. Bane was monstrously powerful, a beast of a man who had nothing to fear from most others. But Tempest wasn't most others. She was powerful as well, and was perhaps the only person alive who could actually carry out her threat. And Ty knew that if it came down to it, he would help her, even though the only person he'd ever consciously hurt until then was the intruder at his apartment. In any event, the monstrous man relented somewhat. I will not hurt her. You have my word. Yet his superior smirk remained firmly in place. But you will have to give me something in return. What do you want? Tempest said. Your devices, of course. The recording of Tempest snorted. Unacceptable. The devices can't come off while we live. Bane laughed into the camera. Think about it, he sneered. I could have killed your pretty friend already and given your device to someone with more useful potential. I know where you live. How do you think you and your puny boyfriend would fare against me and a second powerful device wearer? The thought was enough to make Ty's heart lurch in his chest. Bane was right. He could do exactly what he said. Why had he not? Instead, I'm giving you this chance to live. Bane's snarl became a brief grimace, and Ty couldn't help but feel that maybe Bane wasn't acting out of choice. Letting them live seemed to go against his core nature. As if the conversation was no longer fun, Bane brought it to a close. This is the deal. In exchange for your pretty friend's life, you and your boyfriend will meet me at a time and place of my choosing, where I will remove your devices before letting you crawl away to whatever miserable existence you can scavenge for yourselves. If you fail to show, I will return your pretty friend to you one piece at a time. You will hear from me. And that was it. Bane broke the connection, and the holographic image returned to the communication menu page. Tempest shut off the display and looked at Ty with a distraught expression. Ty was beyond horrified. To see Dinah under Bane's control was like a knife to his own heart. It was barely tolerable. I'll do it. I'll give him my device if it will get Dinah back, he blurted. But Tempest shook her head. It won't be that easy, she said. Huh? We can't trust Bane. No matter what he said, Dinah's life is in terrible danger. Ty knew she was probably right, but he didn't want to believe it. Then why would he bother to go through all this? He asked. You heard him. He could kill her, take her device, give it to someone else, and attack us before we knew what was happening. I don't know, Tempest replied. But Ty thought he did. He has to be taking orders from someone, he said. Tempest looked at him. For a moment she seemed uncertain. Then she nodded. Yes, that makes sense. Then her expression hardened. But that doesn't mean he's any less of a monster. We can't trust him. She was right. Ty took a deep breath and let it out all at once. He looked around, seeking inspiration about what to do, and a worrying thought occurred. Are we safe here? He asked. He could see Tempest's mind working. Bane knows where we are. She shrugged. He could have been waiting for us. Ty nodded. Again, she was right. But that didn't mean they could relax. I could rig up some sort of security devices, but not quickly. Ty frowned and stopped talking, aware that security wasn't the priority right at the moment. Dinah was. All at once he knew what he had to do. Abruptly he stood. I have to start work, he muttered. Tempest looked at him in confusion. You can't be thinking of going back to the club now, she said. No, not the club, downstairs, to the workshop. She still didn't understand what he was saying. Look, we know what Bane is after, and we know that we can't trust him. His actions are therefore predictable, am I right? Ty didn't wait for her to respond. He is preparing to face us, to face you, but he still doesn't know what I can do. For the first time since leaving Bane's message, Tempest gave a tentative smile. But Ty hadn't finished. If I do nothing except wait for him to tell us where to go, I might as well be as powerless as I was a couple of days ago. But I'm not powerless. I can do things that can help, and right now I'm wasting time." "What are you going to do?" Tempest asked. It was Ty's turn to grin. "I have a couple of ideas that might help," he said. Tempest's smile grew broader. She might not have understood exactly what Ty had in mind, but she trusted him. "Then let's get to it." 31. Preparations. Ty and Tempest worked long into the night. Ty had a plan, but had to make several things happen to have any hope of pulling it off. It wasn't easy. When he made his mesh suit and adapted his blaster, he had been largely relaxed, enjoying the process with Tempest and Dinah by his side. This time he was under enormous pressure. Bane could contact Tempest at any moment. They might have to drop everything and go. If that happened, all Ty's planning would come to nothing. He needed to finish what he was working on if they were to have any chance. Of course, there were no guarantees even then. Bane could negate everything Ty was doing if he just thought to meet in a Faraday cage. Yet Bane didn't know that Ty could work magic with technology. The monster had no inkling that a Faraday cage would be useful. By the time he found out, Ty promised himself that it would be too late. At some point during the night, Gremlin wandered into the shop. Even she seemed to sense Ty's mood of desperation and worry. She sat on the workbench in among holographic images, but instead of playing with them as if they were real, she just watched Ty and Tempest work with a concerned expression. Ordinarily, Ty would have taken time out for her, to scratch behind her ears and tell her everything was fine. But he was sweating. He needed to get this done. He couldn't afford to think of anything else. Tempest was a godsend. Although she didn't have the same understanding as Ty did, she was willing and just as determined as he. Whenever he needed a hand, she stepped in and did whatever he asked. And finally, at about the same time Ty might have finished